call the meeting to order. May the Supreme Legislator grant that we be worthy of our power and responsibility, that we deliberate and achieve with wisdom and understanding, recognizing the rights of all our citizens with full regard for the dignity and justness of the individual. Would you all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Councilor Daley O'Brien?
Yes, Mr. President, I read the minutes, and I find them to be in order, and I ask that they be placed on file.
Second.
Motion to place them on file by Councilor Daley O'Brien and seconded by Councilor Masick. Councilor Sullivan, will you read the minutes for tonight's meeting?
Yes, I will.
Would you bring up the first order of business, Madam Clerk?
Confirming appointment, Linda Catoulis as city clerk effective January 1st, 2014.
Is there a
I have permission to address the council on this,
Yes, Mayor.
Mr. President. This is obviously an important appointment. I wanted to talk about it. It's a very bittersweet day for me. I want to begin by thanking the clerk's office, particularly our acting city clerk, who's done a wonderful job for us over the past few months, and particularly in this election. This is a very bittersweet day for me, Mr. President, members of the council, because I'm here tonight to nominate Linda Catoulis as the new city clerk. The city will be gaining, but I'll be losing. Linda's been a wonderful assistant to me over the past 6 years. And as I outlined in the press release and the materials that are before you, for the past 6 years, she's been my administrative assistant, handled hundreds, maybe thousands of constituent complaints. She's filled in the past in the city clerk's office. She's been acting city clerk for a period of time, I think for about 10 days. She's helped in numerous past elections. She has a total of 16 years of government experience. I outlined it in the press release, and I'd like to tell you, I think all of you know Linda, but members of the public might not. Before she worked for the mayor's office in Haverhill, she worked for 10 years in state government. She was promoted from a legislative aide to an administrative aide. She worked for 3 different state representatives and 1 state senator. In addition to that 16 years, she served 4 years as an intern with former state representative Nick Buglione. So a total of 20 years of government experience. She has many years' experience in the private sector, running and managing her own business and managing people. Linda is one of the hardest working people that I know. City Hall closes at 4 o'clock, but Linda never closes at 4 o'clock. There are many nights I see her at 5 or 6 or 6:30 at night, and I can't tell you the number of nights when I've had to ask Linda to leave and say, I'll go in and tell her, Linda, your son who's here tonight or your husband just called, and they said you have to go home. I'm always making it up. They never bother her, and she works. But I say, Linda, you're working too hard. You have to go home. I don't think she's ever asked me once if she could leave early, maybe once or twice, but there have been 100 nights when she's stayed here late. Let me tell you a little bit about Linda's education. She studied as a pre-med major at Boston University for a couple years, transferred over to the Boston School of Art, where she got a Bachelor of Fine Arts from the Mass College of Art. She's also taken several advanced courses in computer technology. I didn't always understand what the city clerk's job was. I thought at one time it was a position about technology, and it is partially. And I thought it was a position about management, and it is partially, and Linda has both of those experiences. But what the city clerk's office really is a position about customer service, and that is where Linda excels. I've received numerous letters, countless letters over the years, praising her for being here late, for being here early, for making sure that a constituent's problem that maybe in the grand scheme of things seems small, but to the constituent seems large, that she works overtime to take care of. I just can't say enough about her. I'm going to be sad to lose her, but if you confirm her tonight, you'll have one of the best city clerks in history. I'm proud tonight to nominate Linda Catoulis as the new city clerk. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor. Is there a motion for confirmation?
I move for confirmation.
Second.
Motion made by Councilor Masick and seconded by Councilor Daley O'Brien. Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Counselor Hart?
Yes.
Counselor Mitchinson?
Yes.
Counselor Ryan?
Yes.
Counselor McGonigal?
Yes.
Counselor Mason?
Yes.
Counselor LePage?
Yes.
Counselor Daley O'Brien?
Yes.
Counselor Sullivan?
Yes.
President Scatamacchia?
Yes.
9 yeas.
That passes, and congratulations.
Thank you.
Next, Madam Clerk. Sure.
My name is Linda Kutelis, and I thank you very much for this honor. Working here at City Hall and working for the City of Haverhill has been wonderful. I have enjoyed every minute of it, and the opportunity to be a city clerk is very important to me, and I look forward to providing even better customer service than is the excellent service that's already being received in that office. City clerk's position is very important, the keeper of the records, running the elections, and I know how important every little detail is, so I'm going to work my best to be the best city clerk I can. And I want to thank the mayor for his amazing recommendation. I'm very touched by that. I want to thank the city council for approving this, and I look forward to working with you. And if you have any recommendations or any comments, I'm always going to be open to listen to them anytime, any day. Also, I want to thank the nominating committee, which was Bob Driscoll, Peggy Toomey, and Mary Carrington. And I just want to say thank you again. I really look forward to this opportunity.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Next, Madam Clerk.
Karen Buckley to the Planning Board. This appointment expires November 19th, 2019.
Move for passage.
Second.
Motion made to pass by Counselor Masek and seconded by Counselor Daley O'Brien. Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Counselor Hart?
Yes.
Counselor Mitchinson?
Yes.
Counselor Ryan?
Yes.
Counselor McGonigal?
Yes.
Counselor Mason?
Yes.
Counselor LePage?
Yes.
Counselor Daley O'Brien?
Yes.
Counselor Sullivan? President Scatamacchia?
Yes.
9 yeas.
That passes. Next.
Non-confirming appointments. Janice Young to the Mayor's Task Force on Technology, and Matthew Gray and Donald Wilson to the Veterans Memorial Skating Rink Advisory Committee. These should be placed on file.
So move.
Motion made by Counselor Masek
Second.
and seconded by Counselor Daley O'Brien. These will be placed on file. Next.
A joint petition has been received from Verizon New England, Inc. and Massachusetts Electric Company of North Andover requesting permission for joint pole location on West Lowell Ave, Plan Number 743. A council hearing is scheduled for December 10th, 2013.
Is there a motion?
So move the hearing to the
Second.
10th of December.
Motion made by Counselor Masek and seconded by Counselor Daley O'Brien. So we'll have the hearing December 10th. Next.
A petition has been received from Sven Amarian, President of the Greater Haverhill Chamber of Commerce, requesting to address council to present this year's annual Downtown Christmas Stroll, which will take place on Saturday, December 7th from 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. on Merrimack Street, Washington Square, Washington Street, Columbus Park, and Wingate Street, and also requesting several event-related items.
Good evening. My name is Sven Amirian, President of the Greater Haverhill Chamber of Commerce at 80 Merrimack Street. It's a pleasure to be addressing you all today and talking about one of our most anticipated chamber events. As Heather mentioned, the Downtown Christmas Stroll is happening this year, Saturday, December 7th, from 5 to 8 p.m. We are going to be providing many of the same activities that you're used to, a lot of kid-friendly activities. We're involving more of the local businesses this year who will actually be hosting some of the events. In years past, we've used vacant storefronts and other vacant buildings to host some of the events, but we thought it would be great to get people into our local businesses. So we'll be having face painting at Acasio's True Martial Arts. Haverhill Bank's going to be providing larger-than-life photos at their outside projector and photo booth. There's going to be cookie decorating at the Inside View, magic shows at a location to be determined. And we're also really focusing on driving local business and patronizing our local eateries. So our Shop Local campaign this year is going to feature downtown chamber members, both retailers and restaurants. And how it's going to work is that when you shop or eat at any of these chamber members, you can bring your receipt that day to the chamber kiosk that's going to be located on Washington Street. For every $5 you spend at those local establishments, you'll receive a raffle ticket, and you'll be entered to win a large number of gift certificates and other prizes that have been donated by the local merchants. So it should be a great thing. If you spend $100, you get 10 raffle tickets, 200, 20 raffle tickets, et cetera, et cetera. No, I did that wrong. Actually, if you spend $100, you're going to get 20 raffle tickets. So my math is off. We're also adding a character theme for the kids to the stroll. So we'll have people in costume being Frosty the Snowman, reindeer, elves, Big Bird, Elmo, various superheroes. So we hope that adds an element of entertainment for the children as well. And of course, the event will culminate with the tree lighting and the arrival of Santa Claus towards the end of the evening. So I'm here this evening to ask for some permissions. These are the standard requests that we make every year. If you would like, I can read these as a group, or if you'd like to vote on them individually, Mr. President, however.
I think we can read them as a group. I don't think we want to upset Santa Claus.
All right, great. Well, I'll go ahead and read these. So we would respectfully ask that the council approve the following. Number one is the use of Washington Street, Washington Square, Merrimack Street up to Howe Street, Emerson Street up to Bailey Boulevard, Essex Street up to Wingate Street and Columbus Park on Saturday, December 7, 2013, from 3 to 9 p.m., allowing 1 hour before and 1 hour after for setup and cleanup of the area. We're asking permission to place signs at intersections throughout the city to promote the event. The waiving of city vendor fees for the event. Permission to use the city stage in Washington Square during the event. Permission to use electricity from the Haverhill Housing Authority to light the Christmas tree. Permission to override permitted street vendors in Washington Square for the day of the event. And permission to prohibit downtown businesses from exhibiting sales and giving away items outside their storefronts. And at this point, I'd like to entertain any questions that you might have about the event.
Councilor Hart?
Yes, just a observation here. I have no problem with items 1 through 4. I'm not sure we have the jurisdiction to grant 5, 6, or 7. It doesn't seem as, I'm not sure who's in charge of the Haverhill Housing's electricity or overriding permitted street vendors. I'm not even exactly sure what that means, or that we would have the authority to do that, and permission to prohibit businesses from exhibiting sales or giveaway items. I don't think we have the right to do that either. Other than that, I'm in support of everything here. It's just I don't think this is within our jurisdiction.
What we're trying to do is we're trying to maintain an open passage to all of the brick and mortar stores. What has happened sometimes in the past is we unfortunately get like a vendor who decides to squat, who's not associated with the event, who hasn't paid any admission fees, and basically sneaks up and sets up a table and tries to sell something. That detracts from what we're trying to do. Obviously, we're trying to push people to our local businesses. We found that when tents set up in front of storefronts, it blocks the egress, it blocks the view to the storefronts that often decorate, and so we try to maintain an open thoroughfare. We are also sensitive to the vendors who actually pay specifically to be part of that event, and we're trying to protect their interests. So that's the intention of of those requests. And I do understand what you're saying.
Well, I'm just saying, I don't think we really have the ability to grant those other ones, but when the time comes to make a motion, I'll just move that we grant any of these requests that are within our jurisdiction. Let it go at that.
Is there a second?
Second.
I know Councilor Hart made the motion. I didn't hear who made the second.
I did.
Councilor Ryan. Your motion was to grant, you want to
Grant the
vote on them
request within our
separately, or?
jurisdiction, that's all. In other words, I really don't think we have the ability to grant 5, 6, and 7, but if we do, fine. I have no problem with I understand what is the objective here is, but I'm not just sure that we can do it. I don't know whether you're going to run into a problem with any of these vendors who says, hey, I'm licensed by the state, you can't do that. I don't think you can turn around and say the city council said, they are overriding your state right to do that, and
Yeah,
And-
we've never had any direct confrontation with anybody. Everybody's respected the fact that it's it's a pay to play event, if you will. But so I'm fine. That sounds great.
Madam Clerk, would you call the roll?
Counselor Hart?
Yes.
Counselor Mitchell?
Yes.
Counselor Ryan?
Yes.
Counselor McGonigal?
Yes.
Counselor Masek?
Yes.
Counselor LePage?
Yes.
Counselor Daley O'Brien?
Yes.
Counselor Sullivan?
Yes.
President Scatamaccia?
Yes.
9 yeas.
That passes and good luck. It's always
Thank
a
you very
great
much.
event.
Appreciate it.
We'll see you.
Next, Madam Clerk.
An application has been received for a new handicap parking sign from Donna Corthell at 60 Franklin Street. This should be referred to planning.
Is there a motion? Motion made by Counselor Masek and seconded by Counselor McGonigal. That'll go to planning. Next.
An application has been received from Chairman Roland Pleward for VFW Post 29 Santa Parade Committee, requesting permission for the 49th Annual Santa Parade to be held on Sunday, November 24th at 1 p.m. from the CD Hunking School in Bradford to VFW Post 29 headquarters at 64 Canosa Ave. The rain date is Saturday, November 30th at 10:30 a.m.
Move the application be granted.
So moved.
Motion made by Counselor Masek and seconded by Counselor Daley O'Brien. Counselor Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to remind everyone that this is the weekend of the VFW Santa Parade. Chairman Floyd is unable to be here tonight in person because he is actually busy overseeing the creation of the Santa Parade float, which is sponsored by Haverhill Bank. So he's a little busy this week. This parade is very important to the city. It's also very important to me. It was started by my father 49 years ago, and it's the oldest single continuous event in the city of Haverhill, and it really is what brings in and heralds in the Haverhill holiday tradition. The stroll is certainly a fine accompaniment right after that. So I want to encourage everybody to attend. It's going to be a great parade this year, and I hope that we approve this permit. Thank you.
Madam Clerk. We have a motion made and we have a second to it. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? It passes. Next.
An application has been received from Christine McIntosh from Old Friends and Collectibles at 18 Emerson Street for a new buy and sell secondhand articles license.
Move for approval.
Second.
Motion to approve by Counselor Masek and seconded by Counselor Daley O'Brien. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That passes.
Mr. President,
Yes, Counselor.
can we move up 10.2.2?
And that is, would you read that, Madam Clerk?
Communication has been received from Councilor Mitchison wishing to introduce Patricia Gleason, representing the Haverhill Community Violence Prevention Coalition, to invite the community to the annual celebration of peace.
Would, should we have a roll call on that, or would we just, is there a second to move it up?
Second.
Counselor McGonigal seconds it. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Ma'am.
Thank you. And I'm Colleen McKenna. I am speaking for Patty Gleason tonight. Thank you so much for this opportunity to talk with you for a few minutes about this. My name is Colleen McKenna. I live at 12 Harding Avenue in Bradford, and I'm a member of the board of Haverhill Community Violence Prevention Coalition, HCVC for short. I also work at Leahy Health Behavioral Services right here in downtown Haverhill. I'm the in-home therapy coordinator there. The HCVC has been an organization in Haverhill since 1999, and we have worked very hard to promote peace in our community, to prevent violence. We do this through a collaboration with the police department, with community providers of mental health and other services, with business partners, and with the community at large. And some of the things that we do to promote peace are we do a lot of community education. We very recently did a spot on Haverhill Community TV. We have a series called Keeping the Peace, and we had a special program about a couple of recent events that were concerning to the neighborhoods of Haverhill. We had a panel discussion. We had a parent from one of the communities there to speak about the impact of a lockdown at her school on her children, and she also praised the school for handling it extremely well. We had a police officer there talking about how the police help to support the community when there are episodes of violence. We had a mental health provider there, Haskell Brooks, who works in the crisis department at Leahy Health, and it was moderated by Doug Gaudette. We also have links between profit and nonprofit entities. We do a great back-to-school backpack celebration. We had it this August. It was at the Citizen Center. We had, all told, about 300 people there, families, parents, grandparents, aunts and uncles, and lots of kids. We gave away over 200 backpacks filled with school supplies, and we've been doing that for a good number of years now. We do a Partners for Peace neighborhood gathering. This year we had one at Hadley West. It was this fall. It was a beautiful day. We had many people come out and have hot dogs, hamburgers. We had music. We had face painting. There was a person who lives at Hadley West carving pumpkins and giving them away. And we've had similar kinds of gatherings every year, one at in the Washington Street area and one down in the Acre area. We also promote and sponsor the violence intervention programming at the high school and at the middle school, the VIP program. So we would like to invite you all to our annual celebration of peace, and I gave you all an invitation, and that will be held on December 2nd, which is a Monday evening from 5:30 to 7. It will take place at Somebody Cares New England, and that's located on Washington Street. You're probably familiar with it. And it's a great evening. We have wonderful food provided by the Chicken Connection and bread by Fantini Bakery. And we also have one of, or more of our kids from the VIP program do an entertainment. And we're very excited this year because we have two keynote speakers. One is the Reverend Dr. Gregory Thomas, who probably pretty much everyone knows here. He has been the pastor at the Calvary Baptist Church for many, many years, and he'll be talking about the challenges and the strengths inherent right here in Haverhill. We also have the Lieutenant Colonel Melvin Russell coming to speak with us. He is in charge of the East Baltimore Police Department, and he, along with a team that he entitled the Transformation Team, took Baltimore and decrease the homicide rate to the lowest it has been in over 4 decades. And he did this by a collaboration of community members, businesses, clergy, and police. And we're really excited to hear him talk about that because that's the kind of thing that we're trying to do here in Haverhill as well. So we'll have those two speakers, and we would love to see any and all of you attend. So thank you very much. And do you have any questions?
I don't see any questions, but we certainly appreciate the invitation, and hopefully we'll be able to squeeze the event into our schedules for you. Councilor Mitchinson.
Yes, do you want to repeat the date and time?
Yes, absolutely. It is Monday, December 2nd, and it's from 5:30 to 7. And it's at Somebody Cares New England, which is the old Scatamacha Funeral Home on Washington Street.
Thank you.
Thank you again.
Mr. President, could I ask that we move up item 10-211?
Is there a second? Would you read that first, Madam Clerk? The reason we're doing this for anybody in the audience is we have some what could be very lengthy hearings, and we have some things here that should go very quickly, so we're trying to get the quicker things disposed of and work on the more difficult things later on. Madam Clerk?
That was 10-1. I'm sorry, I skipped ahead there for you, Heather.
No worries.
Okay.
A communication has been received from Councilor Daley O'Brien requesting a discussion about a home rule petition on behalf of Scott Marchand. Home rule petition, an act authorizing the appointment of Scott Marchand as a firefighter in the city of Haverhill, notwithstanding the maximum age requirement.
Is there a motion? Is there a second to move that up?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Councilor Daley O'Brien?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I received a request from Scott via email asking me if I would represent him. He would like to be able to be taken into consideration even though he's older. And I have explained to him that All this does is give him the ability to be put on the list, should the petition go forward, that it's no guarantee that he would be selected, but that it does give him an opportunity. And I'd like him to come to the podium and just tell you a little bit about himself.
Good evening, Council. My name's Scott Marshan, 10F Oliver Street. I'm here tonight looking for a partition due to my age. I'm currently on the call department here in Haverhill. I also have my Fire 1 and 2 with some hazmat training, and also have done all my schooling for EMT. Already passed my practical, and just waiting to take my written right now. I also have prior military. I was United States Marine, but was let go early due to medical. I appreciate your time, and see what happens. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. I've already spoken to Representative Dempsey, and he sees no problem with going ahead with this, should we decide to give Scott the opportunity. So I would ask if you would all join with me in letting Scott have the opportunity to try to be on our fire department. Thank you.
Is there a motion to,
Move the home rule petition be granted.
Second.
motion to grant the home rule petition by Counselor Masick and seconded by Counselor Daley O'Brien? Would you call the roll, Madam Clerk?
Counselor Hart?
Yes.
Counselor Richardson?
Yes.
Counselor Ryan?
Yes.
Counselor McGonigal?
Yes.
Counselor Masick?
Yes.
Counselor LePage?
Yes.
Counselor Daley O'Brien?
Yes.
Counselor Sullivan?
Yes.
President Scatamaccia?
Yes.
9 yeas.
So that'll be sent to the legislature for.
And I thank you all for your support.
Next, Madam Clerk? I guess we gotta revert back to regular order of business. Madam Clerk, would you call up the next order?
Document
Next
10
item.
Document 106, tax classification hearing from Stephen Gullo, tax assessor for Board of Assessors for fiscal year 2014.
Declare the hearing open. Mr. Gullo?
Thank you very much, Mr. President and council members. My name is Stephen Gullo. I am the tax assessor. Tonight is our annual classification hearing for fiscal year 2014. We have submitted our work to the Department of Revenue, and they have approved our new values, and they have approved our new growth, and have given us the green light to conduct tonight's public hearing in conformance with the requirements of Chapter 369 of the Acts of 1982. This evening, you'll be asked to vote on 4 separate items: a minimum residential factor, a commercial exemption, a residential exemption, and an open space discount. And again, this year, Mr. President, I prepared a brief PowerPoint that I would like to show at this time. The purpose of this public hearing is to determine how the levy, or the pie, is divided. Classification does not change the size of the pie, but it can change the percentage share of the pie. In other words, the amount of money that the city can raise through taxes remains a constant, regardless of the percentage shift of the tax burden between the classes. This year is an interim adjustment year, but we still have to update our values. So the Commonwealth requires that all the municipalities perform a complete update of all real and personal property values based on the prior calendar year sales and market conditions. This year, fiscal 14, Haverhill's residential class has increased in assessed valuation. Houses are up at a greater rate than the CIP properties. Due to this fact, the overall CIP share in 14 has decreased and the residential share has increased. To lessen the burden on residential taxpayers, the city may shift the tax share from one class to another. At a shift of one, or in other words, a single tax rate, the percentage shares are, as you see on the left-hand side, fiscal year 2014. Residential share is 82.8830% as compared to last year when it was 82.5638%. Again, this year's residential share larger, property values are up. Conversely, the CIP shares, as you can see, are slightly lower this year than last year. At a single tax rate, the average single-family home would have a tax bill of $4,415 as compared to last year, which would have been $4,282 if we did not shift. Commercial this year would be $10,289. Last year would have been $10,133. Again, that is at a single tax rate. Trending the share of the levy over the past about 8 years. Back in 2007, the commercial share was just under 13%, 12.7255%. And as the residential market had weakened, that commercial share has increased until it pretty much flattened out and was rather stable for several years, as you can see. This year, that commercial share has dropped. So the residential share trending shows an 87 or almost 88% share back in '07 and steadily declining until about 2010, rather stable. This year, 2014, way over to the right, that share has increased. Chapter 200, Acts of 1988. We've seen what the effects are on the tax bill, and the average tax bill is at a single tax rate. But this act allows us to shift up to 175% if the residential share is larger than last year's residential share. And as we saw on an earlier slide, this year's share is in fact larger than last year's. And as you can see, 14 is 74.3245% as compared to last year at 73.8457%. Therefore, the city does qualify for the provisions of this legislation. So in other words, the city can shift in excess of 150 and is allowed to go up to 175. So at our benchmark of 150, the shares do change. The residential share becomes 74.3245%, as you see on the left-hand side, and the CIP share is 25.6755%. Comparing that to last year, higher residential share, lower CIP share. Therefore, the average single-family home at a 150 shift is going to have a tax bill of about $3,961 as compared to last year when it was $3,830. The average commercial property this year is $15,434. Last year it was $15,200. Our single-family tax bill of $3,961, by the way, is about $1,000 less than the average state single-family tax bill, significantly lower. There's a couple more examples of the impact on the different shares, or the different shifts, I should say, of our taxes. We've already seen what a single tax rate does at the very top bar, and the 150, we just saw that. And 145 and 155, the taxes on residential or single-family homes goes up with a lower shift, goes down with a higher shift. Property values. This past year, again, as we've discussed earlier, the residential market is up about 0.8% in taxable value overall. Extracting just the single-family properties, which is the largest subclass of the class, if you will, that share has gone up about 0.4%. Commercial properties down about 1.2% over last year's average value, and industrial up about 1.3%. Therefore, the effects on the taxes are $127 increase over last year for the general residential class. Specifically, the single-family home is going up about $131 on average. Commercial $240 and industrial $963 increase over last year's with a shift of 150. How do we get this rate? Where does it come from? What's 150 mean? Well, First, we have to determine how much money we're going to raise. That has already been done, and that amount is $88.8 million roughly. We have to determine the total taxable value of the community, and that's $4.9 billion. To obtain a single rate, we simply take that tax levy of the $88.8 million divided by the $4.9 billion, and we come up with a single tax rate of $17.98. For the communities that do not shift, the meeting's over. It's done. Haverhill does shift, therefore we have to take this several steps further. We must separate the residential value and the CIP value. Having done that up there, as you see, the residential value is about $4.1 billion, and the CIP value about $845 million. We've already determined that that share is 82.8830 for residential and 17.117% for the CIP properties, as shown on an earlier slide. At a shift of 150%, which is what we had last year, we simply take the CIP percent, that 17%, and multiply it by 1.5, or 150%. New share, 25.6755%. We take that new share, the 25%, multiply it by our original tax levy of $88.8 million, and we come up with an amount of $22,813,679. That is the responsibility of the CIP class to pay. Dividing that $22,008,000 by the total value of our CIP class and our commercial tax rate at 150% is $26.97. And breaking this down about as close as we can come, this shows the impact of the average tax bills at 1% increments, from 145 to 155. I put 175 in there to show what the maximum effect is on the average tax bills. But in the first column is the shift percentage amount. The second column is the residential factor. That's the number that will be voted on tonight. We're not going to vote on 150, you're going to vote on a percent, that factor. Next to that is the residential tax rate, the commercial tax rate, and then the average tax bills for the single-family home and the commercial property. Single-family home, there is approximately a $9 difference for each 1% of the shift. The average commercial property, about $103 for each 1% shift. Comparing our neighbors, as we do each year, Amesbury and Newburyport do not shift at all, and they have just a single tax rate. And communities such as Lynn, Lowell, Quincy, Billerica shift to the maximum allowable amount of the 175. And some of the other communities are somewhere in between there. At Beverly, as an example, at 163, Salem at 165. Methuen at 150.9. That's interesting. Again, a lower CIP shift corresponds with the higher residential tax, and there are approximately 110 communities that do actually classify out of 351. These numbers, by the way, are last year's actual shifts, and Haverhill is the proposed is at the 150, as you see up there. And that concludes the meeting. My wife encouraged me to change the picture this year, so hopefully you like it. I'll be available to answer any questions that may come up during this hearing. Thank you very much.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak? Is there anyone else who wishes to speak?
Mr. President, at the proper time, I don't know if you wish to hear now or after the hearing.
Why don't we close the hearing? If there's a motion to close the hearing, I'll entertain it. And
So moved. Second.
motion made by Counselor Ryan and seconded by Counselor Masek. The hearing is closed. Mr. Marion?
I'll defer to the mayor if he wishes to Mr. President, members of the council, Sven Amirian, President of the Greater Haverhill Chamber, 80 Merrimack Street. This is always a difficult, topic to discuss. We're talking about taxes. It's a very sensitive issue. It's sensitive to the residents of our community, and it's also sensitive to the businesses. I just would like to state for the record that we are not voting on a tax increase tonight. That's already happened. That happened when the budget was approved. July 1st of this year went into effect. The taxes were raised the maximum amount allowable by state law, 2.5%. And what we're talking about today is how we're going to divvy up that pie, as Steve mentioned. What we do now is we put a disproportionate share or a burden on the businesses of our community. We shift to 150. Just to reiterate some of the data that Steve brought forth, I would like to just share some of the communities that surround us. Lawrence and Lowell, as was mentioned, as does Methuen, that all three of those shift, and they shift. Lawrence and Lowell and Methuen shift to a higher rate against the businesses than we do. Andover also shifts a little bit lower than us. Beverly shifts, but there are lots of communities that don't shift. Amesbury, Chelmsford, Dracut, Georgetown, Groveland, Ipswich, Merrimack, Newburyport, Salisbury, Topsfield, and West Newbury. All of our neighbors who do not shift. I truly believe that the shift is not necessarily a fair way to do business. We're penalizing our commercial enterprises that have taken root in our city and contribute a great deal to the success of our city. Essentially, we're asking a smaller portion of the population to pay more. The businesses, if you look at the pie at no shift, I don't know if Steve, if you could bring up that slide for me. It's one of the first ones that you had. Thank you. You can see just how small of a share the commercial industrial section is. Residential makes up a little over 82%. So every time we shift a point, as you saw, it's a $8 or $9 difference to the average residential person. It's 10 times that for the businesses. It's because there's a smaller portion of the businesses that basis is gauged on. One interesting thing to note too, we always talk about Haverhill being a city that encourages commercial growth. We want manufacturing. The town of Andover has an incredible manufacturing component. They're the top of the list when you look at the manufacturing employment per thousand. They're at 340.4 per thousand residents. They are at the top of the list. We're somewhere in the middle. But more interesting to note is a survey done about what local governments, what steps they can take to help manufacturers sustain or expand their operations in Massachusetts. Top of the list, 92.3% of these businesses said a reduction of health care costs would help them to stay in business and to prosper in Massachusetts. Reduce the cost of workers' compensation is next at 77%. Ensure availability of lower cost energy at 74.5%. But not too much further down is the reduction of property taxes. 62.7% said that was one of the top priorities for them to stay in Massachusetts. So this isn't something that people don't care about. Businesses care deeply about property taxes. And as I said, every point you shift has a 10 times larger effect on these businesses than it would on a resident. To put a face to our local businesses, I did a few case studies. I'm not going to take a whole lot of time dwelling on them, but I want to share one with you in particular. I looked at Pentucket Bank. We all know Pentucket Bank. They are a wonderful establishment. They give back a tremendous amount to the community. Last year, they paid close to $125,000 a year in property tax payments. They also pay excise tax on all their equipment. I don't have that figure, but that's another intangible here. When we look at this, we're not talking about excise tax. Excise tax is a tax on all of the items that it takes to run your business. You run a printing company. You pay excise tax on all the printing presses. You have a television production studio. You pay an excise tax on your cameras, on your editing equipment. I mean, this is a significant contribution to the city's coffers that's not considered in this as well. So if you don't think that businesses are paying enough, there are so many ways that are below the surface that aren't presented here today where businesses pay every day. To get back to Pentucket Bank, they donate over $450,000 a year to over 350 charitable organizations and community organizations throughout this area. They have over 127 employees, 2/3 of which live in Haverhill. So Pentucket Bank gives in so many ways, and this is just one of any number of businesses. I mean, any of the community banks here, Haverhill Bank, and Trinity Ambulance, Merrimack Valley Hospital, Pentucket Medical Associates, all of these organizations pay a significant amount in property taxes, a significant amount in excise taxes, and their charitable contributions go a long way to sustain our nonprofits. So we're not shifting taxes on a nameless entity. We're not shifting taxes on big corporations that reside outside of our community. We're affecting the very businesses that are essential to the sustainability of our community. So there is no demon here, and I just want to be clear on that. My ultimate goal would be to see the tax rates be equal. I know that's not going to happen. Certainly not in the near future, but we have to make small steps to have equity and to have businesses be treated fairly. I'd like to propose that the council considers a 1% shift down in favor of the businesses this year to go from 150 to 149. This 1% shift, as Steve mentioned, would equate to about an $8 or $9 increase in the average residential bill, but it would help the businesses out a little over $100 a year. It's a symbolic gesture. It shows that the city is welcoming businesses, new businesses, as well as rewarding the businesses that stay here. Businesses don't require the same services as residents do. So why should we charge them more for less? Businesses pay for things that residents get for free, like trash removal. Businesses also pay more in fees and inspectional services that they have to do every year. And the fact of the matter is that residents pay one way or the other. Either businesses will increase their prices to reflect increase in property taxes and other expenses, or they'll simply go out of business or move elsewhere. And then the city loses that tax revenue, loses all the excise tax that is associated with their business. Think about the repercussions of a large manufacturer leaving, taking all their equipment with them. You lose all that excise tax revenue, and the value of that commercial property could decrease as well. So the other thing you lose when a business leaves is jobs. Pentucket Bank employs 2/3 Haverhill residents. When a business leaves, jobs for Haverhill residents go too. So I ask that you consider all of this. And one last thing that I'll leave you with, and this is outside of your control. This is something that we have to address at the state level. I want you to consider this. The total value of all 2, 3, and other multifamily properties, the value of those properties throughout Haverhill is $721 million. Now, when we look at raising taxes or shifting the tax burden to businesses, we don't consider these apartment complexes, these multifamily homes that are often owned by absentee landlords, by owners outside of our community. Is this not also a business as well? But they're not classified as a business. They're classified as residential. So when you have a large apartment building, they pay a residential tax rate. As I mentioned, $721 million of value in those multifamily buildings. At the current residential tax rate, we, as a city, net $11.6 million from those buildings. If those buildings were classified as commercial properties, the city would now be netting close to $19.5 million. The difference is $7.7 million to the city's bottom line. It's huge. Now, I'm not saying that all of those buildings, some of them may be owner-occupied, 2 families, 3 families, and the like. It's just food for thought. Who are we really giving a tax advantage to when we shift further against the businesses, move up the rate to 155, 160, 175? There's a large chunk of that benefit that's going to these large apartment complexes and perhaps, multiple 3 and 4 family homes of owners outside of our city. It's just something to consider. So again, I would ask that you please consider a shift of 149 this year. Give the businesses a break. Show them that we care about building the commercial base here. As the commercial base increases, that only benefits the residents as well. It lessens the burden of the taxes on the residents. So I'd like to close with that. Thank you very much for indulging me. Does anybody have any questions?
Thank you, Mr.
I appreciate
O'Leary.
your time. Thank you.
Mr. President, if I might have permission
Certainly.
to speak. I long for the old days, Councilor Daley O'Brien and Councilor Mitchellson, when your parents were here.
That's
I can see that you don't.
Those
had
were
a more
tough
s-
nights.
We had a spirited residential taxpayer association that would get up and rebut the Chamber of Commerce, and I thought it was terrific. I'm usually on the same page as the Chamber. They want to bring business to town, and so do I. So do all of us. But I'm not on the same page with them tonight. Let me first talk about there's some good news in tonight's numbers. I know that our constituents won't hear it, but there is some good news. The first is that property values are up for the first time in 3 or 4 or 5 years. Haverhill's doing well. The only thing that most of our constituents have for savings is their home, and that home value is up. That's the good news. The bad news, of course, is what one constituent said to me the other day. She said, the only time I want my property value to go up is the day I sell my house. Unfortunately, we can't do that. The second bit of good news is what Mr. Gallo mentioned, that our average residential tax bill is $1,000 below the state average. That's why people move here, folks. They move here because Haverhill's affordable. Today I was in Boston for an event to honor Mayor Menino, and when I left, I ran into a guy who lives in Haverhill but is a Boston police officer. And I said, why'd you move here? He said, affordability. That's why we moved here, and we always want to keep that. That's our big edge. The percentage of property that's commercial is good news. That's gone up over the years from 13% to 17%. It was only a few years ago that the chamber, with a different chamber president, came before us and said if we didn't do something to shift, then we would have less than 10% of our values would be commercial, would be strictly a bedroom community. I'm not sure that's all bad to be a bedroom community, but we went the other way. We attracted more business. Our business values went up, not down, as was predicted, and today 17% of our total tax base is business. There's some other things that are good that weren't mentioned, and we're proud of our record with business. We're one of the few communities. We offer a $3,500 property tax break to not small businesses, but to tiny businesses. If you have a business with less than $3,500 in property value, we don't tax you, and we haven't for the past 7 or 8 years since I proposed it and the council initiated that. You know, the Small Business Administration says that small business is something, I think, with 500 or less, but we're talking about the mom and pop businesses. We gave them a tax exemption. There was some talk here tonight about businesses don't tax our services, but they do indeed. And we're proud of it. We pay for all the roads in the Ward Hill Industrial Park, and we're going to do more of that. Last year, the City Council voted for $6 million to fix the flood wall on Merrimack Street to make certain that businesses were protected. There's not a single resident, maybe one or two, that live on Merrimack Street. We did this for the downtown businesses. So we provide them with plenty of services. I agree with my friends at the Chamber that there ought to be a symbolic gesture tonight, but the symbolic gesture should be the other way. The symbolic gesture should be to the residential taxpayers who pay our salaries and pay our bills, and whom are the customers for these businesses. If we keep affordability, we're helping business. One more thing, by the way, that I forgot. There was a study at Northeastern a few years ago, and I participated, City of Haverhill participated in it, that talked about the number one thing that businesses want. They want expedited permitting, and that's what we're proud of that we've done, and we need to do more of that. I think local tax breaks was way, way down on the list, something like 12 to 13. And this was a detailed study done by Northeastern. In any event, I agree we should take a symbolic move, but the symbolic move should be the other way, to show the residents that we care about them and we want to keep the city affordable. That can be done in either of two ways, either by shifting the rate upward to 151 or 152, or by cutting the tax levy. And I have a proposal tonight. If you're willing to cut the tax levy, we can do it. We actually set the tax rate. We don't set it tonight. We set it next week. So I could come in with this next week. I believe we could safely cut $200,000 from the budget, give that money back to the taxpayers of the city, and lower the tax levy for the first time in 13 years that we have not taxed to the maximum amount. The first time since the Hale debt came into existence. I believe we could do it tonight. And I would encourage all of you to take a look at that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilor Ryan?
Thank you, Mr. President. Listening to the discussion tonight, I wholeheartedly support Mayor Ferrantini's proposal. Particularly, I'm very pleased, and I know everyone on this council and in the city is enthused about the idea that we cut $200,000 and give it back to taxpayers. And I think you deserve a headline, Mayor, tomorrow for that recommendation. I listen to, and I respect our chairman, our president of the Chamber of Commerce, former member of this board. But I do think businesses have done well in Haverhill. I'm not going to cite all the things that the mayor said, but they seem to do well. They're increasing their profits. We all follow the financial news. They're all doing great. But, you know, I talk to people, some might be a clerk in a Dunkin' Donuts, you know, they still make $8, $9 an hour. They have not seen any increase. Public employees have seen very few increases. People who work for a living that require that punch in, punch out, get a paycheck at the end of the week, their levels have stayed stagnant. But we know that a cup of coffee in the last 7 or 8 years has gone from 60 or 70 cents to $1.60 or 70. And you can go right across the board on every item, whether you go up to Market Basket or you buy any items in the clothing stores, everything has gone up. People are stressed, and really, I think that we need to start to finally look at the spending that is going on in this, not only here, but all over the country, with a little regard for the people that are paying for it. And I intend to support the mayor's proposal tonight, and I would even like to see a greater shift, maybe up to 160. And I look at our neighboring cities of Lawrence and Lowell, and they're at 175. You know, I'm not sure. Maybe that's where we need to go once and for all. And you know, business can write these costs off. Homeowners, they really can't. They have to pay their taxes at the end of the year. If they have a good income, they can write it as a deduction, but they can't write it off. They need to make these payments. So I really think the right thing to do at this point in time is to give the homeowner, the taxpayer, a break by lowering the levy, the shift, raising the shift up, so that there is a better break for the homeowners in the community.
And I think we've helped business over the years. I think it's the, as Mayor correctly, I think, phrased is, it's now the homeowner's turn. We need to shift and give them a break. So I'm not, at this point, I'm not sure, Mr. President, when you're going to be asking for a recommendation, but when you do, if there's anyone else that might want to jump in and make one, I'm open to it, but I would like to see the homeowners get a better break. Thank you, Mr. President.
Councilor Hart?
Yes, thank you. One of the problems we face each year is that in running a city, the costs constantly go up, particularly healthcare and a number of other factors that have to be dealt with. So the need for increased revenue is always there. It always has been. We are, fortunately, restricted by Proposition 2.5 as to how much additional levy we can seek from the taxpayer. And that's generally 2.5% of what the levy was the prior year plus new growth. And you can increase your taxes by that amount of money. And then after you've increased your taxes by that amount of money, you can figure out how it's going to be paid for with tax rates and we get into this classification. And we have to do this every year. And so when your taxes go up, it's not really businesses getting a break or you being picked on, but the cost of the government has gone up and the need for additional money is there. So your taxes tend to go up. We've always had to, since I've been on the council, and we've had to. I've never opposed it. Do the maximum increase of 2.5%. I do think what the mayor has brought forward this evening is something that I'm going to jump all over. I think it's great that you are willing to decrease the levy by that gesture amount of raising it by 1%. Now, I heard from Mr. Marion, nice presentation, and it's not the zoo that we used to go through years ago with numbers of people getting up and trying to convince the council, to go one way. And there were always extremes. Let's go extremely this way or extremely that way. Both sides. We're not arguing in moderation. I have been a proponent of stability for 10 years now. I think I've always voted to keep it the same. I don't vote for it to go up. I don't vote for it to go down. I don't think we should. I think there should be some stability there. And I don't believe in we need gestures that don't really mean a heck of a lot. I think what means a heck of a lot, though, is what the mayor is offering us this evening, an ability to help the homeowner. It is somewhat of a gesture, but it's a more meaningful gesture to me because we're saying we're just going to spend a little less. We're not going to take that extra ounce of money from you because we can get by without it. That's great. We haven't been able to do that. That's fantastic, and I applaud the mayor for finding a way to do that. It's very, very good news. Now, on the ability of I don't want to shift it down. I don't want to shift it up. Now, let me tell you about shifting it up. The problem I see is when you think commercial, a lot of people think of the big box stores and the shopping centers and larger commercial enterprises that are out there. But they're not all the commercial enterprises that are out there. There are many, many smaller commercial enterprises that are out there. They own smaller buildings throughout the city, whether it be a law office or an accountant's office or a doctor's office, but they own these buildings. And they're paying a much higher tax rate on those buildings. And when we make shifts, we directly hurt them. And unlike larger businesses that to some degree can maybe eat extra expenses and try to pass it on, they can't do that. They're just going to have to dig a little bit deeper to pay their taxes. And when you see these smaller offices, and if you check the taxes they pay, these are smaller buildings that are worth, say, $350,000, if that, because the value of those is questionable going through this recession. They're paying taxes of over $9,000 a year for those buildings. And by making a shift of any serious amount, we are going to really hurt some of these people. Because there's a commercial exemption. We get convinced that it's not in our best interest to do it every year. I don't think it's in our best interest to do it because all that does is it gives a break to these the people that I'm talking about, but it shifts it over to the other commercial people, and it doesn't really help the residential people at all. It just shifts it among the. Mr. Gullo, could you just come there? I don't know if you'd even have the answer to this question. These smaller commercial buildings that I'm talking about, of that percentage of commercial property that we have in the city, do you have any idea what percentage they might be in? The
Well,
smaller ones?
The commercial exemption is available to the communities by vote of the council. And you hit the nail on the head that while you're trying to help certain smaller businesses, you're hurting other smaller businesses that are unable to participate in the program, specifically industrial properties. They may have a small $300,000 industrial condo, say, and they're trying to make a go of it, and they cannot participate in this program. And what makes it worse is that they're going to pay the higher tax rate, subsidizing those that can participate in the program. So that's one of the inherent problems with the commercial exemption, and you're right, the council has voted no consistently on this. It does create a third tax rate for commercial and industrial properties.
And of these smaller enterprises, there's a significant amount of those in that piece of the pie that's labeled commercial there.
That's right, exactly. And some of these small businesses do own their own properties. A lawyer's office, sometimes you may see a doctor's office, although a lot of them are now in the larger complexes. But an accountant, a funeral home, those are properties that are assessed under the $1 million benchmark. They're typically have fewer than 10 employees. That's what the requirements are. And they would be candidates for the program. On the other side of the fence, you can have a small strip mall and have a mom and pop place in there, and also a 7-Eleven. Well, there may be several small mom and pop places in that strip mall. It's assessed for under $1 million. But where one of those businesses has more than 10 employees, like the 7-Eleven, the entire strip mall is out.
Right, and that's
Nobody
why,
can take
and
advantage
that's
of
why
it.
I'm not in favor of the commercial exemption, haven't been in the past. But my point, I guess, thank you, Mr. Geller, that's fine. But my point is that we can't think of changing that tax rate without thinking about the people it really does hurt, the commercial people that it really hurts. And lest anyone thinks I'm fighting for myself, I sold my building where I have my law practice a couple of years ago. But I'll tell you, one of the things that was on my mind in terms of wanting to sell it was, I can't afford these taxes. I mean, they're ridiculous for the commercial people that are out there. I'd much rather be a tenant than an owner of a commercial property, a small commercial property in this city right now. So I applaud the mayor's offer. I want to take him up on his offer. And I strongly advocate that we just keep that factor at 150, and let's not fool around with it. Let's not, bounce people around like they're rubber balls. Let's help everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor LePage?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to echo what my fellow councilors mentioned concerning stability. As the presentation showed, for the last 8 years, the residential factor has gone down as far as percentage, and the industrial has gone up. And I think that is part of, as the mayor alluded to, that we want to be attracting businesses here to help share that load. And I think having the basis of being at a 150 shift is what we've had since 2008 going forward. We had one opportunity to raise it slightly in 2011, and this council did not do that. I agree with everyone having level playing field and how the numbers work, but my question would go to the mayor as far as the 200,000. What does that equal to each taxpayer? Is that like a 1% shift as the 151 would be?
I think it's $20 for the average residential taxpayer.
For the 200,000?
Yes.
Okay, so each
Each 100, I think, is 10.
is 10, okay. Where's that money coming from, Mr. Mayor?
I was waiting for you to ask, Council. I've been waiting for that. Well, 100,000 comes from money that you found and Councilor Mitchison did. When we did the budget, you correctly pointed out that we had underestimated how much money we'd get from one of the revenue sources. What revenue source was that, Chuck? From miscellaneous. And you pointed out that we were $200,000 under. We put that towards capital, but if we take half of that out of capital, we still have enough to do the capital projects. I'm going to come in with a capital budget in a couple weeks. I was planning to put 100 or 200 aside for an emergency that came up. We're still going to be okay if we take 100 out of that. I believe we can take 50,000 out of budget reserve. We have budget reserve. It's basically a snow and ice budget. And if we look at our average over the past few years, I think we can safely cut that. And I think we can cut 50,000 out of 750,000 that we set aside for a snow and ice deficit. The snow and ice deficit wasn't as much as we thought it would be. We have about 50,000 we can safely cut from the levy. So altogether, I think we can cut $200,000 without hurting any programs. And it is a symbolic gesture. It's a gesture, as Councilor Hart said. But it says to the taxpayers of the city, for the first time in 13 years, we will not tax you to the max. We will watch our pennies and watch our dollars, and we'll try to look out for your interest. And next year, I hope we can do more.
Thank you. And again, when we spoke individually before the budget sessions, we did talk about different wishes and such, and that was one of my main ones, was to ask for a reduction. And surprisingly, you said you would look into that. Thought that you would say, no, we can't do that, but you considered that a possibility, and I'm glad to see that now it is actually possibly a reality to happen. I think it's great for us to be able to save the taxpayers' money at every opportunity we have.
If you want to vote on that tonight, I have an order, would have to come in under a suspension. I'd ask at least that you take a look at it tonight. If you're not prepared to vote tonight, you have it until next week, if there's a meeting next week.
No, there's no meeting next week.
There isn't? Oh, they can do it at the next meeting? You could do it at the next meeting.
Are you finished, Counselor?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President.
Counselor Masek?
Thank you, Mr. President. I, along with my colleague, Councilor Hart, like the word stability. I believe the 150 rate, which we've been holding at, is the rate that we need to stay at least a little longer. We are not in an economy that is thriving in any way for anybody, for the businesses or for the people that live in the residences. And I think that holding at 150 keeps the proportion the same. And while there may be an increase, I also would support the mayor's offering of taking that $200,000 and getting it off the levy, which will mean what I just heard about a $20 reduction in the increase. So that would bring the increase down closer to $100. And I think that that's the way to go for numerous other reasons. If I had my way, I think I would never have seen the city go into classification. I would like to see it actually start to step back at another year, another time. I think that Sven Marion's suggestion of going to 149 in baby steps, I think the city at some point should do that. And actually, it might take 50 years. I won't be around to see it actually reach zero or hit even, but I think that's the way we should be going, so that the city has a fair and equitable approach to taxation. And we do a lot for our business and our industry over and above, but as was also stated, they also pay some additional taxes. We don't pay taxes on our furniture and our home computers. The businesses do. So with all that being said, I think we should stay tonight at 150, and we should also take a serious look, and I think I would consider the mayor's offering of the $200,000 reduction in the levy. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor McGonigal?
Thank you, Mr. President. Many of the same things. I appreciate, Sven, your coming in. And if you just look at the numbers, since 2007, commercial share, they've increased their share all those years right up through here. And this is the first year where it looks like it's going to trend down just a little bit. And on the residential side, it's just the opposite. It's gone down every year. And then it ticked up a little bit this year. So stability. The 150 isn't just a number. It's businesses, small businesses are paying 1.5 times more than a resident. We need business. Business needs residents. I'm a small business owner. I own a building. So every way I vote here, it's my taxes are going up either way. But I think, to be fair, I think Councilor Ryan said that it's a business has a better opportunity to write these things off, but it still costs you money. It costs you money to run your business. And the tenfold increase on a commercial or an industrial is just a lot. And I'm in a business here in town that we try to find jobs for people. Residents need jobs. Residents need more businesses like mine to find people jobs, and they need more companies to come in here at a favorable rate so we can attract business and give Mr. Pillsbury a little extra room in his bag of tricks to try to tell somebody, well, why go to Lowell when you can come here and other communities that tax higher than we do, so classify business higher. The stability is the right thing to do, and I don't think we're ever going to change it to go backwards to having businesses pay the same as residential. But I think it's working okay, as these numbers would indicate by the share that commercial share that has been taken up by business. So I'm for keeping it at 150, and I will make that motion at the right time if need be.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. President. As far as I'm concerned, for us to be a sustainable community in the next 10 or 20 years, business and jobs is critical to our survival. Education and public safety. And so I don't know if anybody watches the national news, but within 10 years or so, China will be the #1 economy in the world, which means that we're losing our piece of the pie. And that's going to hurt for a very long time. And then the second factor is that Massachusetts is a very expensive place to do business relative to the other states. So I think 150 is the fair number because we need business, we need jobs, and we need to balance that against some of the immediate needs of the residents. But let's talk about the 200K, Mr. Mayor. Did I hear one of the components being a reduction in the capital budget?
You did. Remember, the capital budget started at 700. That's
Yes.
what I proposed, and it was the biggest capital budget ever that I've ever proposed.
Yes.
Last year, it was 500. I proposed increasing it to 7. At the council meeting, I went up to 9.
Yes.
So we're still going to be the largest capital budget in the 10 years that I've been mayor. And we can do it. The only thing that 100 was going to be for was, I was going to set aside 200,000 for emergencies that might come up. We have stabilization if something comes up, or we can borrow. I'm not cutting any projects.
Right. So if you're willing to find an alternative to taking the money out of capital,
I don't have
I'll support the 200,000. But I'm not going to support taking the money out of capital because that's a long-term solution for the city, right? So that we don't have to go out and build a new school every 10 years.
$100,000 will be a $61 million school. That
No,
would take
it's
10,000 years.
It's part of the equation. It's part of the equation.
Well,
to do the job right.
I understand your point of view, Councilor, but we're not cutting maintenance. That's a whole different thing than capital.
The two go hand in hand, and I'm hoping that we can keep up all of our other public buildings, right?
Sure,
So that we
absolutely.
don't have to build another new one,
Absolutely.
basically.
We haven't cut any of that. We've increased that.
And so
you'll see
that-
when you'll
so
see when
that's
I
why I fought hard for the 900,000 for the additional 200,000, and I'm going to stick to that.
sure.
And I'm hoping that you can possibly find that additional money someplace else.
If I could, I
so
would,
that I
but I
could
can't.
support this. But the other part that doesn't make sense, and again, I'll support it, the 200,000, if you don't take money away from capital or maintenance. But what doesn't make sense to me is that in 4 or 5 months, we're going to be asking the residents for about $1.7 million a year. Right? So we're going to give them a $200,000 cut right now, which is basically symbolic, right? And then in 5 months or 6 months, we're going to ask them for 1.7 million over 20 years.
Correct.
Does that make sense?
Yes, absolutely. And I think we should do that every year. I think every year we should come to the taxpayers and say, if we're lucky enough to build a hunking school, as part of paying for this, we're going to cut the budget levy, tax levy this year. I think this should be the start. And say that as a way of paying for that, we're going to take 100 or 200 or 500 or $1 million or $2 million, and we're going to cut that from the levy so your tax bill will go down, and that's a means of helping to pay for things. I think it makes perfect sense.
So would you consider reducing the cost of the debt exclusion by 200,000 so that the residents could actually get that over a 20-year period?
No, that's not possible. The debt exclusion doesn't go on the ballot with a number. What goes on the ballot is whether or not we can build a school. But every year, you'll have that opportunity, if you're on the council for the next 20 years, and you might be. You'll have that opportunity to cut 200,000 a year every year, and I hope you do.
Right. I don't think it quite works that way, but I guess
Absolutely
we can talk
it does.
about that in a different venue.
Later on. Okay.
So, I guess, in summary,
I think you should vote the way Arthur Mitchison would vote, John.
well,
I couldn't resist that,
the
John,
only
sorry.
the only thing that I can tell you about Arthur Mitchison is there
He
are
was a
very
good-
few men that could stand up in this room and look you in the eye and tell you exactly what he thought.
He did indeed.
And what he would tell me, what Arthur Mitchison would tell me, is that I'm proud of you for having your own mind. And I think Mr. O'Brien,
Vote your conscience.
Mr. Daly would do exactly
Vote
the
your
same.
conscience.
Your father was very, very proud of you, John, as well he should have been, and congratulations on topping the ticket in the last election. Offline, I teased John and called him Landslide Mitchison, but
Yes.
you did a great deal of work. and
Monster victory.
You were well recognized. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. President.
Councilor Daley O'Brien?
Oh, thank you. Well, this is quite a follow-up. Now, we're going from Mitchison to Daley, but that does bring us back to the old days, doesn't it? I know we laugh and chuckle about it, but I know that our parents were so proud of us. And truly, my father always said, vote your conscience, do what you think is right. And I know that your dad was similar. So even when we didn't agree, he had to respect my decision. Actually, I was going to talk about the same thing. I wanted to know, Mr. Mayor, how this change would affect us looking at the financing of the Hunking School project.
Well, had nothing to do with it.
Nothing. You don't see a connection at all?
Nothing to do with it.
Okay.
Other than I hope it sets that trend that every year we can say to taxpayers, look, we're going to take some money out of the budget and we're going to tax you a little bit less. I hope it sets the trend.
I hope it does too.
Yep.
And I do want to echo that I agree with the stability that some of the other councilors have mentioned. I've never known in all my years of being on a city council and before that a business left Haverhill because of the taxes. And in fact, when I look around at our other neighbors, our closest neighbors, the ones that don't have an industrial park have a much different tax system than those of us who have industry and business in our cities. And I think we have some of the best tax rates as well as water rates of any of our neighbors. And I think that does attract some businesses. But I think more than that, what Haverhill has that really attracts people, it's more than just money. It's a workforce. It's a city that has people that go to work every day. They're an educated people. You can rely on them. And I think no matter what our nationalities and where we came from, I think that's what Haverhill has and has always had, is this is a city with people who work. So to that extent, I never heard anyone leave Haverhill because of their tax bill. And even Mr. Hart, who sold his business, is still here with us. So I'm going to vote on the side of stability. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Gullo, maybe you can give us a little guidance. We're at the point where
We're ready to roll.
we're ready to have a vote on the residential.
Mr.
factor.
President, just
That's all
point
right.
of information. Should we have some sort of a vote on the mayor's suggestion that we lower the levy by $200,000 before we vote on any of
Oh,
this
would
other
that be next
business?
week?
It was my understanding that we have to do that in 2 weeks or at the next meeting.
Do that tonight under a suspension, but you don't want, you do not have to do it before you vote on the tax budget. You're not voting on a tax rate, on a classification.
We have to vote a factor.
You can
Well,
do the classification.
point of information, just to follow up, Mr. President, I think it would give a greater clarity to the whole issue that we're dealing with it tonight. If we did that up front, so the community could connect the two of them, and then deal with the tax rate.
Counselor Hart?
I make a motion that we suspend the rules to consider the levy question.
Second.
Motion to suspend the rules by Counselor Hart and seconded by Counselor Ryan. Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Counselor Hart,
Yes.
Counselor Richardson,
Yes.
Counselor Ryan,
Yes.
Counselor McGonigal,
Yes.
Counselor Macy,
Yes.
Counselor LePage,
Yes.
Counselor Daley O'Brien,
Yes.
Counselor Sullivan,
Yes.
President Scatamacchia,
Yes.
9 yeas.
The rules are suspended. Counselor Hart?
I'd like to make a motion. I want to make the correct motion, so I'm going to wait for the mayor to get up there. Would the correct motion be that we authorize you to lower the levy by $200,000?
I think,
Do
Madam
we
Clerk, do we
maybe
have?
read the order?
I
into the
do,
re-
yes.
Read the order?
Would you like me to read this?
Yes, please.
Okay. Order that the following fiscal year 2014 appropriations be decreased in order to reduce the tax rate. Capital projects, $100,000. Budget reserve, $50,000.
Motion to approve the order.
Second.
And the remaining 50 we can cut internally.
Motion made by Counselor Hart and seconded by Counselor Daley O'Brien. Counselor Hart?
No, I'm fine, Brett.
Counselor Mitchell?
Yes, I'd like to offer an amendment that the $100,000 from capital and maintenance be found in a different way, from a different pot. So I agree with the 100,000, but not the second 100,000 that will be taking out of maintenance and capital.
Is
So
there a
the
second?
amendment is that I support this with the exception of taking $100,000 out of capital and maintenance.
Is there a second?
Move the question.
Well, there is no second, so the amendment will not be voted on. And just for the sake of clarification, Madam Clerk, read that again.
Order that the following fiscal year 2014 appropriations be decreased in order to reduce the tax rate. Capital projects, $100,000. Budget reserve, $50,000.
Would you call the roll?
I just want to, for the sake of clarity, shouldn't there be even a statement that says $50,000 in areas to be determined by the mayor?
No, Chuck will explain that.
Well, it's a line item that you never appropriated. It's not, it's built into the budget as a placeholder because we know we're gonna have a deficit back in April when we build the budget. But by June, we know that that deficit was $700,000, a little under $700,000, so we don't need $750. But you never appropriated it in the first place, so I mean, you could make a statement,
I've
but
never
it's
seen
not
an order come in
for
that
that,
wasn't
no.
balanced between the amount of money for the order and then we might
the
break it
order's
out.
$150,000. That $50,000's gonna get cut no matter what you do tonight.
So should it read 150
That's
or
gonna
should it say
happen,
200?
period. The mayor's gonna do that anyway. But the 150 needs your action.
All right.
But the 50's gonna happen anyway.
Okay. Yeah. Would you call the roll, Madam Clerk?
Counselor Hart. Counselor Mitchell.
No.
Counselor Ryan.
Yes.
Counselor McGonigal.
Yes.
Counselor Masick.
Yes.
Counselor LePage.
Yes.
Counselor Daley O'Brien.
Yes.
Counselor Sullivan.
Yes.
President Scatamacia.
Yes.
8 yeas, 1 nay.
So that passes. Is there a motion that we revert to regular order
So
of business?
move.
Motion
Second.
made by Counselor Masick and seconded by Counselor Daley O'Brien. Would you call it? Yes. Yeah, we're just gonna call a roll and going back to regular order of business.
Counselor Hart.
Yes.
Counselor Mitchell.
Yes.
Counselor Ryan.
Yes.
Counselor McGonigal.
Yes.
Counselor Masick.
Yes.
Counselor LePage.
Yes.
Counselor Daley O'Brien.
Yes.
Counselor Sullivan.
Yes.
President Scatamacia.
Yes.
9 yeas.
Okay, we're back to regular order. Counselor Hart?
I'd like to make a motion that the residential factor for fiscal year 2014 be adopted as 896740.
Second.
Motion
Equates
made.
to 150?
Yes.
Yep.
Motion made by Counselor Hart and seconded by Counselor Daley O'Brien. That is the 150?
Yes.
Mr. President, I move to amend the recommendation that the factor be .894674, the shift to 151 as recommended by the mayor.
Is there a second? There's no second. That doesn't carry. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll on the 150?
Counselor Hart.
Yes.
Counselor Mitchell.
Yes.
Counselor Ryan.
No.
Counselor McGonigal.
Yes.
Counselor Masick.
Yes.
Counselor LePage.
Yes.
Counselor Daley O'Brien.
Yes.
Counselor Sullivan.
Yes.
President Scatamacia.
Yes,
8 yeas, 1 nay.
that passes. Next, Mr. Bello. Madam Clerk, would you call the next order? The next
Document 106C, order that the city shall adopt a commercial exemption.
Mr. Gallo, would you kind of give us a
Thank you, Mr. President.
explanation?
Vice President Hart and I spoke briefly about that a few moments ago as to the involvement of that exemption and the benefits and the problems that exist with it. The council has historically voted no for the reasons that we discussed. Does not help everybody it's intended to help. Is maybe a little too specific. The small personal property exemption that the mayor had mentioned, that had proposed several years back, does help the small and the very small business person in a more of a fair way than this commercial exemption would help. Again, you can exempt up to 10% of the value of the qualifying commercial properties. But those that do not qualify will pay a higher tax rate to subsidize that, because that cost has to be borne within its own class. It's a third tax rate, and personal property tax would remain the same, but the commercial industrial rate would increase to subsidize the properties that do qualify. Again, the council has historically voted no on this.
Councilor Hart?
Yes, and I do oppose this, but just for the sake of clarity, because in the past it can get a little confusing here, I'm going to make a motion that the city shall adopt a commercial exemption so that your no vote means no and your yes vote means yes.
Second.
Second.
Motion made by Councilor Hart and seconded by Councilor Masick. Would you call the roll, Madam Clerk?
Counselor Hart.
No.
Counselor Mitchell.
No.
Counselor Ryan.
Yes.
Counselor McGonigal.
No.
Counselor Masick.
No.
Counselor LePage.
No.
Counselor Daley O'Brien.
No.
Counselor Sullivan.
No.
President Scatamacia.
No.
1 yea, 8 nays.
That does not pass. Next.
Document 106D, order that the city shall adopt a residential exemption.
Councilor Hart?
No, I'll wait for Mr. Gullo to
Okay,
explain.
Mr. Gullo?
Residential exemption offers a benefit to properties that, in the residential class this time, that are assessed at less than half, less than the average value of the residential properties. Residential now is, we're not being specific to the single-family homes. We are considering the entire residential class. Now, in the material that I gave last week to the council, that average residential valuation is about $210,000. And you can exempt up to 20% of the value of these qualifying properties. The entire class is reduced by that 20%, but only the people that are domiciled in these properties are going to benefit from this if their value is below that $210,000. So that's going to help some people, but again, that increases the residential tax rate. So you pay everybody pays a higher rate, and the higher your value, the higher your tax bill is going to be. The council has historically voted no on this item.
Councilor Hart.
I intend to vote no again, but I'm going to make a motion that the city shall adopt a residential exemption.
Second.
Motion to adopt by Councilor Hart and seconded by Councilor Masek. Would you call the roll, Madam Clerk?
Counselor Hart?
No.
Counselor Mitchell?
No.
Counselor Ryan?
Yes.
Counselor McGonigal?
No.
Counselor Masek?
No.
Counselor LePage?
No.
Counselor Daley O'Brien?
No.
Counselor Sullivan?
No.
President Scatamaccia?
No.
1 yea, 8 nays.
That doesn't pass. Next, Madam Clerk?
Document 106E, order that the city shall select an open space discount factor.
Mr. Gullo?
Well, the city has no designated open space class, so there are no properties that are involved, so that's kind of an easy one, I think, that an open space discount is not going to apply to any property.
Councilor Hart?
I make a motion that the city shall select an open space discount factor.
Second.
Motion to select by Councilor Hart and seconded by Councilor Masek. Would you call the roll, Madam Clerk?
Counselor Hart?
No.
Counselor Mitchell?
No.
Counselor Ryan?
No.
Counselor McGonigal?
No.
Counselor Masek?
No.
Counselor LePage?
No.
Counselor Daley O'Brien?
No.
Counselor Sullivan?
No.
President Scatamaccia?
No.
9 nays.
That doesn't pass. We're on a losing streak here, I guess, which is good for the taxpayer. Next, Madam Clerk?
Document 106F, order that the City Council of the City of Haverhill hereby accepts the provisions of the Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 59, Section 5, Clauses 17E and 41D with respect to permanent acceptance of the annual CPI index increase to the tax exemptions for the elderly.
Mr. Gullo?
Almost missed those. This one is for the permanent acceptance. Again, the council has historically voted no on this because once you vote on it, you're voting for the maximum allowable exemption amounts annually, and it does not come before the council anymore. So you kind of lose control over the amount that you would like to exempt. If the exemption is 1.5%, let's say this year, but you find that you may only want to exempt 1% on the allowable amount, then you're not going to have that ability to do so. The next article kind of corrects that for the council. So historically, it's been a no vote for the permanent acceptance.
Councilor Hart?
Yes, I do intend to vote no on this, but I'm going to make a motion that the city council of the city of Haverhill hereby accepts the provisions of the Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 59, Section 5, Clauses 17E and 41D with respect to permanent acceptance of the annual CPI index increase to the tax exemptions for the elderly.
Second.
Motion by Councilor Hart, seconded by Councilor Masek. Would you call the roll, Madam Clerk?
Counselor Hart?
No.
Counselor Mitchell?
No.
Counselor Ryan?
No.
Counselor McGonigal?
No.
Counselor Masek?
No.
Counselor LePage?
No.
Counselor Daley O'Brien?
No.
Counselor Sullivan?
No.
President Scatamaccia?
No.
9 nays.
Next,
Document 106G, order that the City Council accepts 100% of CPI Consumer Price Index increase reported by the state for FY 2014 exemptions. The 2014 CPI amount is 1.64%.
Mr. Gallo.
This article kind of corrects the prior article in as far as accepting the amount of the consumer price index benefit to the elderly taxpayers and the widows. This year, it is 1.64%. The council has historically voted for that maximum amount each year.
Counselor Hart.
Unless there's a strong objection, I intend to vote for this, but I'm going to make a motion that the city council accept 100% of the CPI consumer price index increase reported by the state for fiscal year 2014 exemptions. The 2014 CPI amount is 1.64%.
Second.
Motion made by Counselor Hart and seconded by Counselor Masek. Would you call the roll, Madam Clerk?
Counselor Hart?
Yes.
Counselor Mitchelson?
Yes.
Counselor Ryan?
Yes.
Counselor McGonigal?
Yes.
Counselor Masek?
Yes.
Counselor LePage?
Yes.
Counselor Daley O'Brien?
Yes.
Counselor Sullivan?
Yes.
President Scatamaccia?
Yes.
9 yeas.
That passes. I want to thank you very much for your recommendations and insight into what's always been a confusing hearing, for me anyway. I don't know about anybody else, but thank you once again. And is there any appetite
very
for a
much,
5-minute
Mr.
break?
Yes. Move for a
Think I bet
5-minute
you
break.
Is there a second?
Second.
We'll be back in 5 minutes. for a declaration of ownership on behalf of the city of Haverhill. Madam Clerk, would you read 8.1, please? We're going to delay the hearing for one more item, for those of you who are here for the medical marijuana zoning hearing. We have a short presentation, and rather than keep this young lady here for what could be a very long time, we're going to see if we can accommodate her and keep everyone happy as well. So, Madam Clerk, would you call up 8.1, please?
Order. Authorize mayor to enter into and execute the Declaration of Ownership on behalf of the City of Haverhill relative to ownership of the East Parish Meeting House, 150 Middle Road, so that the East Parish House Meeting Society may receive funding for repair, restoration, maintenance, and opening of the house for the education and enjoyment of the community. Said Declaration of Ownership is also submitted.
Okay, good evening. My name is Roberta Raffo, and I live on Middle Road, across from the Meeting House. And I am a volunteer contracts and grants executor for the Historic East Parish Meeting House Society. And several community members are here tonight in support of the Historic East Parish Meeting House. And I would ask them to please stand for a moment. Okay. Okay, thank you. And we are here tonight because we are in need of a declaration of ownership. Please enjoy our slideshow about the Historic East Parish Meeting House, both historic and current photos, as we say a few words about the Meeting House and why we are here. We are here because we care about the preservation of this historic treasure, and we would like this Meeting House to be maintained for the education and enjoyment of future generations. Shannon and Dave Huey, a couple who were married at the Meeting House in 1981, have wonderfully maintained and cared for the East Parish Meeting House for over 3 decades, until it needed so much maintenance due to its age, since it was built in 1744 and rebuilt in 1838, that it was agreed that outside help was needed in the form of grant funding for historic properties. The East Parish Meeting House Society worked to have the building listed on both the national and state registers of historic places, and also on Preservation Massachusetts' most endangered historic properties list. It took almost 2 years to accomplish this membership on these historic preservation lists, and this qualified us for government grants, or so we thought. In May 2013, with the assistance of Representative Brian Dempsey, we were awarded a grant of $29,700 in Secretary of State Historic Property Emergency Repair Funds, specifically to remedy animal infestation in the building, as you have seen on the slides, and also to complete internal drywall repairs. But we found we could not receive the funding without a deed or legal proof of ownership, which eventually led to tonight's request for a declaration of ownership. This is a legal procedure that is required in lieu of a deed. We searched deeds and even probate records way back to the 1700s with the assistance of many people, including the Registry of Deeds staff. We found interesting documentation that the Whittier family originally owned the land where the Meeting House was first built by East Parish parishioners in 1744 on the south side of Turkey Hill, now where Turkey Hill Christmas Tree and Berry Farm is. And the original Meeting House lasted almost 100 years until the current building was rebuilt on the same site. After Nathaniel Whittier died, his property was sold to Anthony Chase, who owned a lot of property in Haverhill, and that was in 1784. And following that, we could find no further deeds regarding the Meeting House on Middle Road, despite extensive searching by many people, including registry staff. And thus, the legal declaration of ownership was developed for your review. With the grant funding, we planned emergency repairs, and if any contractors with historic structure experience are listening and watching, we will be advertising and accepting bids for the needed contracting, to include masonry chinking to prevent future animal infestation, and the carpentry repairs that are needed, as you can see. Anyone interested may email me at rraffo@comcast.net or stop by the Meeting House, and I live right across the street. Scouts from Troop 5 helped to restore our steeple spire as an Eagle project last year, and next summer we hope to restore our bell tower, original bell, and steeple spire back on top of the roof. And we will be in need of scaffolding and heavy equipment to raise these structures back on top of the roof. This is a huge job which has been a goal for over a decade, and we need funding for scaffolding or renting scaffolding or a loan of scaffolding. Again, if anyone knows of any leads for scaffolding, that is our next major item that we need. And with these repairs and restorations completed, the meeting house will be in much better shape for tours, visitors, and weddings. A wedding is scheduled for October 2014 between Jessica Santos and her fiance Jake. And it is our goal to have the meeting house entirely restored for our next wedding couple. We recently installed a new sign on Route 110 at the intersection of Middle Road, which you may see if you're going down by the John Greenleaf Whittier birthplace. Brand new sign. It's only been up about a week, and it directs people, calls their attention to the existence of the historic meeting house. And finally, we will be posting a website. We would like to be named as one of the historic Haverhill treasures, together with the Buttonwoods Museum and the Whittier birthplace and the Firefighting Museum, and to partner with Kimball Farms to provide horse and carriage rides for bridal parties to the historic meeting house for a wedding with true historic charm. And we'd even like to partner with the new Renaissance Country Club and be able to have weddings and receptions right in the neighborhood of Riverside. And if there are any questions, I will take them, and then I would like to, if I may, read the declaration of ownership that is proposed. It will just take a couple of minutes.
We do have a couple of questions. Councilor
Sure.
Masek.
Well, I actually didn't have any questions, Mr. President. I just wanted to state categorically that this is one of the finest things that's being done in this city right now, and historically, I applaud all of the volunteers over the years for what they have done with the upkeep and maintenance of the facility, and I certainly will move to support the order to allow the mayor to execute the declaration of ownership. So
Thank
I
you.
want to thank
Thank
all of
you.
you for everything you've done, and I'm sure all that you're going to be doing once this goes through. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Hart?
Yes, if that was a motion, was that a motion?
I certainly will call it a motion or make it a
All
motion.
right, I'd second it, and I think this is a very unusual, but probably what happened is the deed ended up in Mr. Chase's dresser drawer, and it never made it to the registry of deeds, and that's why you can't find it. It doesn't happen very often. And I don't know how long the declaration is. We could waive that. I mean, we're authorizing
your
the mayor
packet.
to say that you own it.
Yes.
And I will sign that tonight if you authorize.
Yeah, we'll take the vote, but we'll get the motion in a second. I'm done.
A motion made to execute by Councilor Hart and seconded by Councilor Masek. Would you call the roll, Madam Clerk?
Counselor Hart?
Yes.
Counselor Richardson?
Yes.
Counselor Ryan?
Yes.
Counselor McGonigal?
Yes.
Counselor Masek?
Yes.
Counselor LePage?
Yes.
Counselor Daley O'Brien?
Yes.
Counselor Sullivan?
Yes.
President Scatamaccio?
Yes.
9 yeas.
Passes.
Well,
Good
thank
luck.
you very much. We appreciate everyone's support, including the mayor.
This is a great organization and a great project, and I'm very proud to sign this, and I'll be happy to sign it tonight. If the Madam Clerk will pass it over, I'll be happy to do that while everyone's here.
Thank you. Thank you so
Don't
very
forget to get it notarized.
Do we have a notary here?
Right there.
I have affixed my signature. Thank you for voting for that, and thank you, folks, for all that you do. This truly is one of Haverhill's treasures, and I'm proud to support it. Thank you.
You all set? Next, Madam Clerk, would you call up item 7.2?
Document 84A. A petition has been received from the City of Haverhill requesting a hearing regarding zoning. Amend City Code Chapter 255, Table of Use and Parking Regulations to allow medical marijuana dispensaries, treatment centers to be located in our business parks only. A conditional recommendation has been received from the Planning Board and a conditional recommendation with modifications as requested from the Planning Director. This was continued from November 12, 2013. Document 84, Ordinance regarding zoning, amend City Code Chapter 255, Table of Use and Parking Regulations, page 8, to allow medical marijuana dispensary, treatment centers to be located only in our business parks. This was filed August 7th, 2013. There are related communications from William Cox Jr., City Solicitor, submitting proposed amendments to the zoning ordinance. A related communication has been received from Elizabeth Rogers, submitting a signed petition against allowing a medical marijuana facility in Ward Hill Industrial Park.
Before I open the hearing, there seems to be some confusion as to what we're going to be doing, and I'm wondering where, we do have our city solicitor and planning director here. We could get an explanation as far as what the changes are going to be in the, before I open the hearing.
Mr. President,
Yeah, Counselor Ryan,
I was gonna introduce the issue.
go ahead. I'm sorry, I didn't see a light.
Let me,
Good.
thank you for your recognition, Mr. President. As we all know, the state of Massachusetts had an election. Voters in the state voted in the majority to allow medical marijuana to be dispensed in the state, I believe with a doctor's prescription and all the safeguards. It then went to a formal process where they had to set up guidelines to how and when things are going to be done. With that, we are now acting on those guidelines. We're acting on what the state has directed us to do. The reason we're moving along is that if we fail to move, if we don't set a site somewhere within the boundaries of the city of Haverhill, then the medical marijuana people can go to any spot in the city of Haverhill, to any street, to any neighborhood. There will be no restrictions. So it serves our best interest as a community to do our best to corral this and to keep it, excuse me, in an area that we feel is contained. With that, a committee was formed by the mayor, which he chaired, along with our city solicitor, Bill Cox, our planning director, Bill Pillsbury, our chief of police, Chief DeNaro, member of the Board of Health, Dr. Rosenblum, and I was appointed by the mayor to be a representative of the city council and to bring back any bad or good news to them. We did discuss early in the process different scenarios that might be accepted. One that seemed kind of logical initially was, gee, what about the industrial parks? No one lives over there. But after some thought and a lot of emails, it was recognized that we have a Montessori school over there and we have a rehabilitation hospital. It's really not a full industrial park, so there are a lot of people that would be impacted by any location in the industrial park. So the committee said, let's get rid of that idea, and that's off the table, and there's no support for it. Then it came down to the Hale Street area, and that is the only one under consideration. We have heard, after looking at that site, we see a lot of negatives. We have a number of small home daycare centers. And when you look at the map, the streets of Burke, Norfolk, Mulberry, Lower 8th Avenue, all have a lot of homes. They're all close together. And the proposal was to have it located somewheres on Hale Street, and if it's down in that area, it would abut up to these homes. But we still need to find a location in the city. What I have suggested and would support that and there was we had neighbors from York Street that and I looked at
Counselor,
Stewart. But anyways, I'm going to suggest that the proposal that we're now looking at from, at least from my perspective, that it will eliminate all of those streets and go from Winter Street to Lancaster
We're
Street.
kind of getting ahead of ourselves. We
that
don't even
would
know
be-
if we're gonna,
that's
we
all-
don't even know if this is
that's all
gonna
your
pass.
interpretation of
So what
Well,
I'm
I
going to
just
do.
wanted to give an out.
No, I understand,
overview
I
of it.
understand.
And Bill Pillsbury can give you the specifics on it.
I guess that's pretty close to
Enough of
doing,
your interpretation.
pretty close as to what we're doing here tonight anyway. There may be some changes, as Councilor Ryan had stated, but what I'm going to do is declare the hearing open. Is there anyone who wishes to speak in favor?
Mr. President, I'd be happy to try to clarify some of the issues that are in front of us. As Councilor Ryan has indicated, this is really very much a work in progress. As we've had the moratorium in place now for a while, but we are mandated by the state to move forward with this zoning. It's a requirement for us to do something. If we do nothing, if we do not move forward with any type of zoning construct, if we don't put zoning in place for this particular state mandated use, then by default, it's allowed anywhere in the community. And again, so the reason that we're bringing this forward, and again, I really appreciate the council's willingness to table this even last week, because we were able to find from the Attorney General's office the document that we are proposing to put before the council this evening, which is an approved document that's been vetted by the Attorney General's office and really creates a very strong regulatory review process that, again, if we had voted on this last week, we wouldn't have had. So again, it really is, and I appreciate the council receiving these documents just recently, but it is a document and a piece of work that is a work in progress. That's why we had tabled it last week and had another committee meeting so that we could look at this document that the Attorney General's office approved and create, we think with this, a very strong special permit process. This, approving the zone tonight, approving the zoning for this does not establish any centers. It basically creates the framework in which a center can be proposed to the city. Then that, in this particular proposal we're making, would require a special permit application coming forward from the applicant to this body, to the city council as the special permit granting authority. You would be then presented with an application and presented with the requirements that are appropriate under the state law, and at that point you would be able to interject all of the criteria that we have in this document. Which basically sets a variety of parameters. It enables, it puts a limit on the special permit in terms of time. It expires after a certain period of time. So again, there's a variety of different things in here that other communities have been using and have brought forward, and we believe is really, as it does continue to evolve, the state-of-the-art type of document that a community should be looking to approve. So again, that's what the document is all about. And we'd be happy to again go through the details. It does limit these dispensaries may not be located within 500 linear feet of a whole list of types of uses, including schools, libraries, playgrounds, public parks, etc. Again, it creates a procedure and an application process that would be appropriate to the submission of the special permit, and then it has a variety of different requirements for special permit conditions that this council could place on an application that comes forward, such as hours of operation, requiring of incident reports that be filed with the building department if there's any issues that come up. So there's a whole variety of different things in there that are really, as I said, from the Attorney General's office perspective, as they are wrestling with this, a very good zoning proposal. To go back to the other issue, which is really the where of this, again, it has as you know, zoning is a very, I refer to it as a kind of a living, breathing document that we're always in the process of changing. And one of the things that we had to look at was, where does use like this properly fit? We have certain zones. The business park zones were considered at one point in time, and when the clerk read all of the original documents that were filed with the planning board, the business parks were under consideration. That was where the general, there was a sense of that as a location. When it went to the planning board, that was the first place we really received some input from the public and from others, and the planning board really, in part of their recommendation, suggested that we not pursue the business park zones, any of them, that we look at the industrial general zone, in this particular case, the Hale Street aspect of the industrial general zone, as the location. And again, the type of buildings that are there, the type of structures that are there, the type of businesses that are there are consistent in an industrial general category, different from our business parks. And so again, preserving the opportunities for the buildings in the business parks to be used for manufacturing and other types of things was part of the thinking. The industrial general zone is really the type of zone that is really a catch-all for this particular type of use. And again, that's why it was recommended. It is not the full extent of the industrial general zone. It is only the confines of Hale Street. Any address on the map that you have in front of you this evening shows property addresses with frontage actually on Hale Street. So again, Mr. President, I don't want to go too long. I don't want to belabor any points. I certainly can respond to any questions. Attorney Cox is here. The chief is here. As the councilor mentioned, Dr. Rosenblum was a part of this committee, as was the mayor. And again, this is a result of again, a lot of input. We certainly did not intend to put this onto the council very quickly, but we do need to respond because the moratorium again is expiring, and we need to move forward in that particular fashion so that we actually have some zoning in place. We don't want to have nothing in place, and that's I think the point that we want to wrestle with. Should the council decide in its wisdom not to do anything tonight, I would ask that you make sure that you extend the moratorium by way of a vote. I'd be happy to stop there, Mr. President, unless there's a direct question.
Well, is there any, we have some questions, but I'm going to close the hearing so that we can address the
Do you want to allow
question.
other input to the hearing, or is it?
If there's anyone else wants to speak in favor?
I'll speak very briefly in favor. Thank you. My name is Valerio Romano. I'm an attorney for an applicant who is hoping actually to site in Haverhill. And the reason I thought that it would be worthwhile to speak, thank you, Mr. President and the council, is because there are a couple issues that come with not acting on this. One is without picking a location or not implementing a further moratorium, which would be a mistake. Not only do you invite the opportunity for dispensaries to seek whatever location they wanted, as Councilman Ryan pointed out, what you invite, which is even worse, is unregulated hardship cultivation registrations in your city. And any patient in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, particularly ones that live around here, who are unable to access a dispensary and are unable to get medical marijuana delivered to them, will actually be able to grow for themselves in a virtually unregulated manner in their basement. We're talking about fire hazard, public safety hazard, and this is one of the reasons why I've been all over the Commonwealth doing this. I was just in Dennis last night. They issued a special permit to one of my clients, got ahead of it to prevent these hardship cultivation registrations, which are really exactly what the DPH does not want to have this program be. It's a bunch of individual, unregulated growers. That being said, the regulations put forth by the Department of Public Health are voluminous. It's over 50-something pages of regulations to regulate a 5-page law passed by the voters last November. And I think I know them all backwards and forwards. If there are any questions, and I can assist with. But I think there's something more important at stake in why Haverhill should, in my opinion, should put forth the zoning bylaw with the overlay on Hale Street. Is because a few nights ago I was at my friend's house with his mom, who's been suffering from MS for 40 years, and she couldn't talk, she couldn't walk, she was clearly suffering, she's spasmodic in pain, she medicated, and she was all of a sudden part of the family and part of the communication again. And that's what we're talking about with medical marijuana here in Massachusetts. Not this polarizing stigma. It's 1% to 2% on the outside of people that are even going to know a dispensary is there or be affected by it at all. The upshot is that there may be excise tax and money for the cities that house them, and no unregulated hardship cultivations. So I urge the council to adopt the Hale Street overlay, if possible, and so that we can move forward on taking care of the patients in Haverhill and in the surrounding communities and benefit Haverhill overall with jobs, money, excise tax. So if you have any questions, of course, I'll be here for the duration of the hearing.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in favor? Anyone opposed? Is there anyone opposed? Would you like to come forward?
Good evening. I'm Michael Schroth from 20 York Street, which is just up the street from the Hale Street down there. And I love Haverhill, and I love living in Haverhill. It is absolutely the best place ever. I own a house. It's a two-family. I'm a teacher. I work in Lawrence. I kind of live in a little neighborhood that has had a lot of teachers living in it. And we live in the acre. It's a lower acre. And you know what? There's probably a silver lining to this this cloud that's over us right now, I'm sure. Because well, for one thing, I tried to since Thursday night. I got home and I read the newspaper, and I knew this was going on, but I didn't realize it was going to affect myself and my neighbors so well, because what we've been trying to do is trying to plant trees, grow a community garden, grow a community. We have a fantastic community. And somebody said earlier, maybe it was Councilor Daley O'Brien, she said, we are a city of workers. And that's it. We're so busy, we don't have time. We really don't have time to pay much attention to politics. But this is a big issue. For us, I'm the guy who paints out the graffiti down in Hale Street, okay? Saturday or Sunday morning. And picks up the trash down there. And I'm a bright side volunteer and try to, try to keep the community garden going down there. And since Thursday, I've been investigating this. And I saw the study. Everybody, probably all you city councilors know about the Lower Acre revitalization plan, the strategy for that. If you're not that familiar with it and you haven't read it lately, it's about 98 pages long, but a lot of it's graphs and statistics and things like that. And we've been planting trees. We want to grow. That's the next area. That is the next area that will really develop nicely in this city. And I'm sure that I moved here because, for one thing, the T is really close. The commuter rail, and I wish we'd put more money into that. I wish it would. I wish it ran beautifully and always on time. But that's important. We've got such a great neighbor. And anyway, I know we have to put it somewhere. And that's not an easy decision for any of you. And Councilor Ryan, I understand. And I'm not sure that, I personally, I don't, you know what, I was thinking initially, I said, yeah, industrial park. It should go, that's what industrial parks are for, because they're for businesses you might not want. But how about this? How about if we think about putting in an area where it gets a lot of scrutiny? That all of us drive by there and see it, and it's already covered by the police. It doesn't cause, I don't think Winter Street is that area. And I'm probably gonna get a backlash from this too. But even though, personally, I'd just like us to fight this and say no. But I don't think that's gonna happen. How about if we put it on downtown, somewhere that got a lot of scrutiny, just natural, what you call natural scrutiny. And I know this may go back to the committee and everything, but that might be something to consider. Now, nobody's going to want it anywhere in this place, but I can tell you right now, the acre is not the place to put this. We're a great place to live. My friend, I probably shouldn't use her name, Robin McKeon. I was looking at buying the house next to me. She says, Mike, this area is known as blighted. I said, Robin, you don't know what you're talking about. I live, I live next to Fifth Avenue, and if you go down, we're starting out really nice down in the lower avenues there. It's beautiful places to live, and if you get to know, even in those places that are supposedly the most blighted, you get to know the people there. And I wish our police, Officer DeNaro's here. I would like to see policemen that know me and I know them. We'd all like that. I would love to see that in the city, because I know that we've got some wonderful policemen. But in 9 years, I lived here 9 years, and I know one who's really a great person. But that's it. Anyway, that's all I have to say. And I know there's other people who would love to say this, say something. I know Pat Murphy is here and not too far from where we live. But thank you very much, City Councilors. Thank you for what you've done. I know your hearts are in the right place in this city. Every one of you wouldn't be here doing this job if you didn't want the better. And that's what's great about Haverhill. You just don't find these many people want to get civically involved. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in opposition?
Yes, my name is Patrick Murphy, 53 Bennington Street. I suffer from MS. I do not want that here. I don't want it here at all. But if it has to go somewhere, put it where it belongs, in the industrial park in Ward Hill. It doesn't belong down where low-income people live. It's not fair. It's not fair to them. Put it in the industrial park where you can regulate it and make it easy for the police to watch it. Don't put it in the low-income area. It doesn't belong there. All right, that's it.
Thank you. If there's no one else who wishes to speak in opposition, when I close the hearing, you can.
Thank you.
John?
Ladies and gentlemen of the council, you know me as John Cuneo. I'm from Community Action, and I'm also a resident of Haverhill, 20 Hyatt Ave in Bradford. I have to say at the outset that basically at this point, not knowing a heck of a lot about this, because I've only recently become aware of it, and you've seen an email from me, I would support extending the moratorium at this point for the reasons that have been discussed. And I'm tremendously ambivalent about this for the reasons that I think we all can understand. That no one wants to undermine the well-being of an individual such as the person cited earlier. But at the same time, as you know from my email, there are 3 family daycare providers on Mulberry Street and Burke Street. And they are in close proximity to the Lancaster Street location from 2 sides, depending upon which way you go. If you go up Primrose or you go up Hale Street. Together they care for 22 kids ages 0 to 7 years of age on a regular basis, and that's over and above the many families with kids that live in that area. I don't know that there's been sufficient information. I don't know if there's sufficient data to support what actually happens to neighborhoods that have medical marijuana dispensaries, and I would certainly love to hear and learn more about that. I think that a lot of this is probably fear of the unknown, but I think we need to know. That's the problem, is we don't know, and so that's driving a lot of the concern about it. The neighborhood may be fine. I just feel like we need to gather more information. I don't want to point my finger at another neighborhood, but I believe there are other neighborhoods or other parts of the industrial park possibilities in the city that are more distant and have less residential impact than that location, that general area. And so I would express my concern about it and hope that you would think very carefully before you extend and take that area as the area that you would focus the dispensary on. As I was coming in, someone said to me, why would you oppose this? This is all about cancer victims. And we got into a discussion about, look, it's just like a CVS. Well, if it's just like a CVS, then maybe it should be equally easy to locate it as a CVS. And I guess I'm not quite following the logic there. Again, I would just urge you to extend the moratorium at this time and think again about where you're locating it, what your criteria are. Thanks very much. Be
Thank you,
happy
John.
to answer any questions.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in opposition? In opposition? Well, we already had the in favor part, but I'm going to close the hearing, and we do have some counselors who have questions regarding this, I guess from either Mr. Pillsbury, our planning director, or our city solicitor. So I'm going to close the hearing, and I'm going to give the counselors here who have questions the opportunity to ask them first. Councilor McGonigal?
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Pillsbury, I guess I'll start with you, Bill. I think everybody has good points, and I think John just elaborated on a couple that, a lot of this is fear of the unknown because we haven't done it in the state, and it's new to the state. My initial reaction when looking at this and, seeing the proposals, whether it was Ward Hill and Hale Street, now Ward Hill's off the table and for good reasons. But, we have to look with the same set of eyes, I think, at Hale Street, in any place we're going to locate this. What are the benefits and where else can we put this? What other options do we have? This attorney that spoke earlier talked about hardships, and if we let them in, then we might mitigate that a little bit. I don't think you totally do if you have, I think there's still someone in Bradford that doesn't have transportation might be able to still have our hardship availability to grow their own. And I'm not an expert, maybe you are, but I don't think that ever goes away. I would be in favor of trying to extend this moratorium. I think we've had some information that we've talked about earlier, that the city of Burlington has extended their moratorium out through June of 2014. So, I mean, that's always an option to push this off. And then the communities that are more comfortable, I guess, if, and I'm not saying we're not, I'm just saying I don't personally know enough about it. I haven't read enough about it, and I don't have the experience. I will take the recommendations of experts. I know this has been done in many other states, and it's regulated and controlled, and from what I understand, they seem to be doing it right. But the fear of the unknown and, really being fair to the residents of that area or to whatever area this goes in, I think we owe it to them to be, spot on when we come into their neighborhoods and try to locate these things. And I am not being judgmental. I think it does help a lot of people with a lot of different medical conditions. I'm in favor at this point if there's if my colleagues will agree, or I'll listen to the conversation, but I would be in favor tonight of definitely extending the moratorium so that we don't get dictated to or where this is going to go by the state. I find that hard to believe a little bit because we do have zoning, so how could you put it in a residential if you have business zoning? But I will listen the rest of the way and make my opinion then. Thank you.
Counsel. Counsel Daley O'Brien?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm sure a lot of you know that I am a nurse, and so I want to start by saying that I am in favor of medicinal marijuana, and I realize all the good things it does. I had a brother who had a chronic illness for many years, and it was one of the only things that helped him at all. He had Crohn's disease, so I know what a difference it can make for patients. And I think that that's what's really gotten lost in all this, is the kind of people that are going to go and get medicinal marijuana. And I feel badly because I think the proponents of this, as a whole, in the state of Massachusetts, have not done a very good job of telling people who's going to use this and the kind of people that are going to go there. Because you know what? They're going to be very similar to the people that go to CVS, and they go to Walgreens, and they go to Rite Aid. Those are the people that go and get medicinal marijuana. Now, if you want a bunch of creepy people, you put in porn stores and strip clubs. But if you want people that are sick and actually benefit from this, that's when you have medicinal marijuana dispensaries. And I think it's a shame that this is what's come about and that it's become a really stigmatized, polarized issue. And, you know, it's just unbelievably helpful to so many diseases that involve nausea, loss of appetite, chronic pain, tremors. I could go on and on what it does that's good. And the fact that people think it's going to attract a certain type of people, well, if you're thinking about bad people, it'll be the bad people that try to rob drugstores, because those are the kind of people that would cause trouble at the medicinal marijuana. So with all that said, I feel that tonight this has been kind of pushed on us, and I don't appreciate that, and I never do. I feel that this is, in my recommendation, then we should extend the moratorium, and we should send this to a subcommittee so that we can really look at this issue in depth and get together as a community and decide where we think the best place could be. Because quite truthfully, it should look like a storefront. And I'm not so sure that I think of Hale Street as a place with storefronts. But that's what it should look like. It should look like a doctor's office. It should look like a dentist's office. It should not be stigmatized with something that's this horrible place. And I'm really, I can't say how much I'm disappointed in the fact that the people who are proposing this haven't reached out in the right way. I see commercials on TV all the time for lots of other things. And yet there's been no commercial, no public outcry looking to help people who are chronically ill and need to use this. So again, I really feel that there's no reason for us to rush to judgment tonight. There's no decision to be made. We don't have to put it someplace as long as we extend the moratorium. I'm not going to be pressured into making a decision and picking one place in the city under these circumstances. And so I would favor a moratorium, and I would favor it going to subcommittee so we could discuss it further. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Hart?
Yes, thank you. Bill, just a question, just to get a clarification. Is there any legal deadline to the city adopting zoning law or a limitation on our extending the moratorium so long as we're working in good faith to come up with an acceptable zoning change?
I'm going to do the noble thing and defer that to Councilor, Council.
Thank you. The moratorium that's in place right now has, well, it was first proposed in May. It was acted on by the council in July. I would suggest that in other, and I don't know, you mentioned another community and that the moratorium there and that they had extended it until June. I don't know when they began. The essential part of the Attorney General's allowance of the imposition of moratoriums is so that communities can act. So therefore, you cannot impose a moratorium simply to not act. A moratorium is not a substitute. And although it has not been tested, I think that given time it will be tested. And the communities that impose moratoriums who simply don't act, I think they are going to be tested, and I think they're going to be on the losing end of that, quite frankly. The Attorney General's decisions were quite clear that the voters spoke on this and that communities cannot exclude these types of operations from their communities. What they can do is that they can impose reasonable regulations with regards to where they are located and other types of conditions which we've sought to include in this overlay district. So I can't really give you, because there has been no cases on this specifically, but I would say as long as the council is proceeding in good faith, I think that's fine. But the central question is always going to be, no matter whether you do it tonight or you do it a month from now or 3 months from now, where is it going to be? That's the central question. The committee looked at a number of locations. We looked at business parks. We looked at industrial zoned parcels, and for a number of reasons excluded them. And ultimately, when the committee reviewed this, the last time was last Friday, that's why you have the proposal that you have before you tonight. We took the overlay district concept because we thought that it gave you, because remember, as Mr. Pillsbury said, all you're doing tonight is imposing a zoning ordinance. It still is then the responsibility of anybody who wants to locate within that district to come back before you and to comply with all of the regulations that you set out in that particular ordinance. And then you get to make the decision about whether or not they can actually locate, whether or not you grant them a special permit. One of the things that we thought was really important in the proposal that we gave to you was that these special permits are time limited. The time proposed in there is 5 years. So in other words, they have that 5 years, and then they have to come back, and they would have to renew that special permit at the end of that 5 years. So those are some of the moving parts of all of this. But I think as long as progress is being made, I think that you could reasonably continue the moratorium. But again, the question is going to come, where is it going to go? And that's ultimately, at the end of the day, going to be the question that needs to be resolved.
I agree. I think we can absolutely establish good faith here because of just the paper trail that's on my desk right now that I was trying to figure, and how this has evolved. We started out with, you formed a committee, you came up with a zoning change, ordinance related to zoning, to put it in the business parks. I haven't been able to put my hands on the one that moved it to Hale Street, but I imagine it worked.
Well, actually, that was an amendment that I sent you
Amendment.
several weeks ago.
Amendment to this,
Yeah.
which, that's a reasonable amendment. But then the final piece of legislation that we have in front of us tonight, with the overlay district, doesn't even closely resemble this at all in terms of what kind of a zoning change it is. And obviously, this has just been put together because I think I think it's probably a good concept, and maybe the way we should go. But I think it's a rush, it's a rush here that because I think you just came up with it. I think you've taken this from somewhere else, and it may be very, very good, but it really hasn't gone through the proper process, which is bring it to the council, send it to the planning board, have the planning board vet it, send it back to the council to vote on it, which is the process it should be going through, versus saying, we're amending this with a totally different animal, this. Now, the voters overwhelmingly voted to have these type of dispensaries. I think I agree with Councilor Daley O'Brien. I mean, medically speaking, I think these are a good thing. The voters thought it was a good thing. But every time you go to place it somewhere, there's probably going to be some pushback. And the problem is, Mr. Cuneo hit it, it's fear of the unknown, it's always there, group homes, anything that's a change in your neighborhood or close to your neighborhood, we don't want it, we don't want it. I mean, Emmaus going to Columbia Park was going to tear apart the whole of that Main Street area. Obviously didn't. The group homes that come up here to there, they don't wreck the neighborhoods, they don't lower your property values. And I think if people really understood what this was going to do, how it was going to work, they'd be less afraid of it. Now, it seems to me when we built a parking garage, we probably had at least 6 or 7 meetings open to the public where we told them, you know, everything we knew about it and got them comfortable with the idea. And this, we haven't told them anything about it. So I really think what we should be doing is first of all, extending the moratorium. Secondly, I think we should proceed with this in a proper way by bringing it before the council and then sending it to the planning board to come back before the council. And while you're doing that, I think there should be more meetings and involve the public in these. Doing 2 things. First of all, to try to figure out if there is an area that would be acceptable. And secondly, to let the people know who would be living in that area, this isn't a bad thing, a really bad thing. It's not going to bring in druggies and drug addicts and things of that nature into your neighborhood. It's not going to raise the crime rate. Statistically, throughout the city, throughout the country, where these things have gone in, there's been no increase in crime, no problems whatsoever. It's almost like no effect whatsoever on the neighborhoods that they go into. This isn't the problem. There are other types of facilities that we may be faced with that could be problems. This, I don't think, is one of them, because they're growing the product, they're dispensing the product. It may not even be that doesn't necessarily have to be in even smokable form. And it's a business, and it helps people, and it's not going to hurt people that live in that neighborhood. But people don't know that, and they're not going to believe that unless we can educate them. So I think there should be an effort on the part of the city to bring this education out, have a meeting, invite the public, say this is what these things do, show them examples of other dispensaries and what we're talking about that would be allowed to go into the area that is eventually chosen, and have them become less fearful of what that's going to do. Some issue there I know I'm just educating myself on the law, and this just got to us today as far as for reading purposes, so we should not be voting on it tonight. And not to mention, just because of the procedural problems that I think are there. But I can remember reading something today that was sent through the mayor's office to try to educate us a little bit more on this, on these, the law, and I don't have a full understanding of this. Supposedly, there'd be limited hardships for people, but we pretty much can't restrict them too much. And I noticed in your ordinance, it doesn't even mention it. There's no restrictions to limited
because you're not
hardships.
able to zone those.
You can't zone it.
No.
Right? So
And
there's
that's,
not-
I think, what the attorney was referring to.
Yeah, but we can't zone it.
No, you cannot.
Right.
They can go anywhere. It's anybody in their own residence is able to, provided they comply with the regulations.
So if that's what you're afraid of, the state has tied your hands as far as that goes, right?
No, I'm not afraid of it, but I think what the attorney was alluding to is that, one of the obvious hardships is if there's no dispensary locally, that it could increase the number of people who are provided the hardship exemption and are able to do that in their own residential dwelling. I believe that's what he was referring to.
Well, we've got to pass a zoning ordinance. We've got to allow these someplace. I don't think we're ready to do it tonight. I think we should be doing this properly and going through the proper procedure. I think we're working in total good faith to get this thing accomplished, and I think we should try to alleviate fears out there by letting people know a little bit more about what this really is all about, because they don't know. I don't know. I mean, it's right now it's just drugs. That's coming into my neighborhood. That's what it is, and that's the problem that we're dealing with right now. So I'm gonna, at the proper time, I'd try to figure out how long we should postpone this to, and mainly extend the moratorium.
I mean, the zoning ordinance was originally placed before the council back on October 1st, and the original proposal was to include it in all the business parks except the Newark Street Park. It then went to the planning board, where they held a series of public hearings, and one of the big discussions at the planning board was that these types of facilities should be located in the industrial zoned areas. So I think that what we have put before you, or we're trying to do, is to accommodate the concerns that have been raised by people at public hearings. I think what often happens, and it's just the natural course of things, is that these hearings are held, the matters are out there, until somebody sees something in the paper, or until it gets close to decision time, that folks don't necessarily respond, which is fine. That's just the nature of the way some of these go. But I think so. You've had something in front of you since October, and I think as long as it's now in front of the council, so it's now a council decision in terms of what to do. We've put a couple of amendments in front of you, and you're certainly free to amend it as you see fit. permit going forward. You can choose whatever other locations you think are appropriate. And if you want to vet the proposals that have been placed before you, I think that's more than reasonable. And I think what you have before you, though, although it only came out of the committee last Friday and was emailed to all of the councilors yesterday, was a proposal that is much more comprehensive than anything you've had before. I think before you had a very simple zoning change. What you now have by way of the overlay district is a really good vehicle to provide the council, number one, the information that you need to make a decision. I think that's really important in terms of the applicants that come before you. But number two, to provide you an ongoing process so that it isn't just something where, and this sometimes happens, where folks come before you, they get a special permit. As soon as they do that, the appeals period passes, they're out the door, and everything's done. This is a continuing process that you have before you, one in which they are required to comply with certain requirements and conditions on the permit that keep everybody who needs to be informed about what's going on, about any problems with the operation, and also, as I said earlier, require them to come back before you at some period of time to renew that special permit, as you do with a lot of other licenses that come to you on a regular basis. With that said, I think whatever the council's wish, but I would just suggest that that you do keep this as an ongoing process. That we don't want to drop the ball here, and in any way come out of this with somebody trying to sneak something in because we didn't do something.
All right, and we're in agreement here, and I think we both see the necessity of it. I've got a question on procedure. I think what was in front of us is in October this is not an amendment. This is a brand new concept, I believe. So
well, I know we've talked briefly about this,
and it's much
before,
better, and it's much better than
right.
what you had in the first place. Yeah, this is the direction we should probably go in.
I definitely see it as an an amendment from a legal opinion, because what you have before you is the subject matter is the same, and you know what? It's, do you want this car or do you want this car? How do you want to get to where you're going? And that's really what we're talking about.
Well, who am I to argue with the city solicitor?
No, I appreciate.
If you feel it's an amendment, we can treat it that way. But it still would allow us the time to postpone acting on it. The council vetted it, as some of the councils want to do in their committee, as well as maybe the other committee try to set up some educational meetings open to the public in the areas that would be affected. If you think Hale Street is an appropriate area for something like this, then make sure you have some public meetings with all of the people from around Hale Street to let them know that it will be zero impact on you, because this is what it does, this is what it means. And I don't even know that it will be zero impact. I'm hoping that it will, but if there is impact, then maybe that's not the place you want to put it, because people are raising some good points about that particular area.
Right, and I think it's important, though, to also recognize that the city is not necessarily the proponent with regards to any application for a special permit. That will be done by those nonprofit groups, eligible nonprofit groups, who want to put forward a proposal to locate somewhere particular. And I agree with you, Councilor. It absolutely is their job to educate not only the body from which they're seeking the special permit, but everybody who's affected by that.
Okay, so, well, in the meantime, if you could figure out, and I'm going to put a motion that we postpone acting on this, and we'll treat it as though it's an amendment, as the city solicitor says, and I just need the time that we need to extend the moratorium to. And we can do this, if we're not ready when it runs out because we're still working on it, we extend it again.
I guess it depends on what the council's wish is from here. If you're going to refer it to a subcommittee, then I would suggest you allow time for, or maybe even set the subcommittee hearing date tonight while people are here and people are watching and that sort of thing, so that everybody knows what that is. And then we can do a reasonable time after that, sort of the way we initially do this, with scheduling a planning board meeting and then having it coming back and expecting to be able to take action on it. So I just think that we need to have some kind of schedule and time frame to to do that. And as you said, if that's not sufficient for some reason, then it can always be extended further. But I think it's good to have a game plan up
Well,
front.
we are running into the holidays and stuff, but if we postpone this and extended the moratorium till December 17th, after that, you run into Christmas Eve and New Year's Eve. So if it's not ready on the 17th, you'd have to postpone it to sometime in January. But at least we could, I'll make a motion right now that we extend the moratorium to December 17th. And,
Gives us enough time. I don't think that's enough time.
well, I don't think it's enough time either, but, oh, you want to
Second with
postpone it
discussion?
further? Pick the date then.
Mr. President?
I think January 21st.
I'd like to offer a date, if I may.
Go ahead. Oh, I'm sorry.
I understand. How so?
Councilor Hart, are you finished? I'm sorry, I didn't
Yes,
interrupt.
I am. I just need the date, and then I was
Right.
going to make the motion.
And thank you, Councilor Hart, and thank you, Mr. President. You said everything I wanted to say, Councilor Hart. I wish I was as eloquent as you and all the things that you mentioned, and Councilor Daley O'Brien. As far as the moratorium goes, from what I have in Burlington, it was a town meeting, annual town meeting of January 28th. So that's when the topic came in front of them, as again, it happened in November 2012 is when the law, and then it was enacted January 1st, I believe. So they had a town meeting January 28th in Burlington, and the Attorney General has allowed them to go to June 30th of 2014, basically giving them 18 months to go over the issue. As you said, we've barely had 18 hours since this amendment, basically, to look at this. So we just haven't had enough time to educate enough people and to go through this ourselves and the public. And I think the newspapers helped in getting some of that information out there, and I agree with you. I think public meetings, using the blackboard communication is a way to put in things out. Looking at the zoning map, I'm not even sure if the zoning map, I think might have, from what I've seen, might have possibly changed a little bit as far as where the zone is now. I see you say no, but if this is right, it looks like it changed a little bit out of the industrial zone a little
The map
further.
you have in your hand, Counselor, does not look like the one we submitted, so I mean, again, you need to make sure you have the right document.
I do, and I have, this is the document, and this is the industrial zone that I got last week. I just, before you say that, I'd just like you to see it, and, but.
Just to be clear, Counselor, just so we're talking about the right, the map that you just held up there is not the map that delineates only properties with frontage on Hale Street. Okay, I don't know where you got that map.
I got this map a week ago when we
From the
had-
city engineer's office?
From the city engineer's
Right, that's
office.
not the
If-
map that you received from the city solicitor in the email filing just recently. So if you want, I don't want to belabor the point, but the map that you have in front of you, with this zone delineated and labeled medical marijuana overlay district, represents properties only fronting on Hale Street. And that's the only map that we were proposing this evening. I don't know, the other map was something you got from the engineer.
And if I may clarify, I'm sorry. Yes, this is the map that was emailed to us. This is a map I got a week ago, before we changed it again to another new total zoning, totally different overlay, was different. This was the IG zone as it was identified.
That's literally the IG zone as it exists in zoning on the map. That's the underlying IG zone. It's
So-
really irrelevant to this conversation.
Okay. I think it's a little different. I think the zone has actually changed a little bit, but that's
The
fine.
industrial general zone is not the same, it does not sync up exactly with this proposed overlay district. It doesn't have to. It's a much smaller zone than the industrial general zone. The industrial general zone includes Locust Street and Lock Street and Essex Street and other areas that we did not include in this overlay district. This overlay district strictly focuses on Hale Street, period.
And if you don't have to do notice to abutters about that. If you change the zone.
No, that's another whole issue, but no, you don't. Not on the
We have a
zoning
whole lot
amendments.
of issues going on tonight.
Yes, we do.
So that's all I was trying to
Go to
clarify.
subcommittee.
Like I said, again, I think we should extend the moratorium, just to be frank about it. Thank you.
Counselor Masek.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, I've been going as fast as I can to keep up with all of the changes and modifications too over the last few weeks. But you know, if push came to shove, we could probably tonight, I think we're capable to probably at least, if not pass what's being recommended, come up with something. If the continuation doesn't go forward, and I think we can do. But But I want to just say something, and I didn't get your name, the attorney who was up before, but. All right, Attorney Romano. I just want to comment, I don't know where you're from, but I really took offense to you almost threatening us that if we don't do something tonight, we're going to have unregulated hardship cultivations going on throughout our city. And then 20 minutes later in the meeting, it comes out, and I find it in our part 2 of the regulations that came from the Copeland and Page that pretty much the Department of Public Health regulates that, and we have no control over it, nor will we ever have any control over it, and they probably are going to pop up if there are good reasons for them. So I just want to say that, you kind of put me on the wrong foot overall for your applicant who's looking to be in Haverhill, that you don't come to Haverhill and threaten the city council, because we don't like to be threatened. I speak for myself, and I'm sure all of my colleagues. And with that being said, I'm willing to either move forward or if my colleagues want to extend this to get additional information, maybe more review. I mean, one of the things that I'm also thinking about and looking at the way the brief states in the overall, the overlay draft, that this is like one giant facility. As Councilor Daley O'Brien said, and got me thinking, maybe there should be a dispensary area in another part of the city. And can we zone just for dispensing and not having cultivation and manufacturing and injection of food products with, all this stuff is in here. And if anybody in the general public read what we're having to read about all the things we're going to allow, wherever we allow it, and I know we have to put it someplace, it's mind-boggling, all the things that are going to be coming our way. But I'd like to have the time to maybe, okay, Hale Street, I don't think Hale Street should be where our medical marijuana distribution and even administration is maybe the best place or maybe the only place that we want to have it. Otherwise, because Hale Street's a bad street to have to drive on, period. And if we're going to put a lot of traffic on that street going to and from to pick up their medical marijuana prescription or their food product or whatever they're doing, or to go there to have it administered to them in a room that's specially designed for that, is that the best place or the only place that we should allow it? I need to think on that. I'd like to have time to think on that. So, that's why I think maybe, I'm not saying it's a bad spot, but what I'm saying is that maybe we should look at some other allowable areas or allowable uses, if we could even get permission to segregate those uses so that, that people could, just like going to a drugstore, they don't start taking their pills there or, doing things like that. They pick up, a distribution center might be better in another area on Merrimack Street or someplace else, which is more commercialized, than in an industrial area, which has, giant trucks and all kinds of people blocking the road and everything as you go down Hill Street. I grew up close enough that I'd probably be just out in the 1500. My mother still lives there on the bottom of 9th Avenue. I'm all for something good for the city and putting it where it should go. But I want to make sure that we make the right call and maybe make the best call. So that's why I'm a little hesitant tonight. But if we have to go forward, I think we can probably bend and shape this thing to work.
Council Mason, if I could just, again, I think it points out several of the councilors' earlier comments about education. This is not a retail store. This is not a commercial retail store. It's not going to be like many people have wondered why they didn't allow it to go to a CVS or a Rite Aid or as a dispensary model. They didn't do that. This is a warehouse. This is an operational center where they can grow it elsewhere and it's going to be shipped in there and processed. This is a processing center. It's not a retail store. It's a light industrial use.
Can I just speak to that?
Just my only point, and the last thing I would say is that I would want to pick up on what Councilor LePage said, and I think in consultation with Bill Cox, is that we believe a reasonable time to extend the moratorium would be to the January 28th meeting.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll stop
All
with
right,
that.
why don't you just stay in case we want to converse on this a little bit? Because I go to the overlay draft bylaw, which you have a copy of. If you go to 3A,
Yeah.
and it's a definition of registered marijuana dispensary, which we're going to allow.
Right.
It says also known as a medical marijuana treatment center, means a not-for-profit entity registered under, a CMR that requires, that acquires, cultivates, so they can grow there. We can't stop them. Possesses include development of related products such as edible marijuana infused products, which are called MIPS, I guess, MIPS, tinctures, aerosols, oils, ointments, transportations, sells, distributes, dispenses, or administers. So to me, they can be just like a CVS and more.
They can, but the more is really the overarching. A lot of
But
times
we're
in our industrial zones, we allow a 10% or a 20%
When you say that it
retail
wouldn't
use.
be that, it will be. It
Not
could be that.
primarily.
Well,
the primary
but-
use is not a storefront.
No, maybe not the primary use, but they can do all of those things.
Absolutely, they can do all of those.
So if it's the only place we zone
but
this
it's not
to,
the
it's the
primary
only place
use as
people are
it-
going to be able to go pick it up.
But when you were trying to characterize it as opposed to, say, putting it into the downtown, it's not a retail commercial, and that's all you have. You can't segregate
Well, it's
that
not
out
all
from
you
the
have,
rest
but
of
you
all
have-
those
you have
things
it
you
all.
just listed.
It's a giant bundle of everything.
Absolutely.
And
Could be.
it's not split up.
The only thing you can segregate out, to my knowledge, and again, this is, I believe, I'm not the proponent here, I'm not an expert, some of these guys probably are. You can separate the cultivation from the everything else. But the everything else
Well,
is
not in
not
the-
just a retail
Not with
operation.
what you've asked us to pass tonight. I don't believe we can.
You can,
unless we change it.
separate the cultivation?
Yeah, cultivation's in here.
The applicant can do that. You can
The
actually.
applicant can do it, but
Right.
but if we say no, we'd have to have justification for it.
Oh, right, we can't, no, I'm not.
When they come
again,
for the
sorry,
special
Counselor,
permit.
but I'm
But
just
we
suggesting.
would be allowing it under a special permit for them to apply for it. If we pass this, they could apply for cultivation in the special permit.
Right. Absolutely. They can apply for all of those things
Right,
that
all
you
of
said,
these
which
things,
is
right.
much more than just a retail storefront. So
But it's
my
not
argument
just
is
retail,
against
but it
thinking
can be
about that
all
it goes
the
to a
retail
commercial
and
zone.
all the manufacturing and all the wholesaling and all the preparation and the growing included is what the state has given us to have to work with. So I just think it needs to be very well thought out for the
And that's
benefit
why the suggestion coming forward from Councilor Page is a good one. Let's go to the 28th of January and vote to continue the moratorium. And I think, all of this conversation needs to continue.
It does.
And we
And
need to have
I think it
uh,
should be not a committee. I think it should be a full city council.
I
think
agree.
think
I
it
don't,
should
I,
be-
again, I
should
don't.
be,
I-
if we
your
can't do
wishes,
it any
but I
other
think
way,
it should be
a
right
mayor
here.
council conference.
I think it should be right here with the council. It's up to you.
On TV. Are you finished? Done.
Thank
Councilor Mitchinson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll only add one more point, and that is what I have not heard yet from anybody is what is the objective criteria for selection? I think we've heard from a lot of very reasonable people, and how do we prevent this from being David versus Goliath out there? Can we establish some objective criteria for selection and actually try to stick to it?
Well, a lot of that is mandated in the state statute. I mean, if they meet the criteria that are again, it was made 90 pages of regulations.
Right, but our criteria for
we can add as many
District.
conditions to that special permit as the council sees fit to
right.
add.
But what I mean is, let's say that you had to make a choice between Ward Hill, Hilldale, and Hale Street. Okay, what's going to be your criteria for making that selection? And what I'm saying is, let's establish that criteria so that people see that it's a fair process. I don't know
You're
what
talking
that-
about establishing the criteria for which zone, which location is
Exactly.
ultimately picked. Okay, certainly
Yeah.
the committee did that. I mean, I think maybe we didn't elucidate it well enough
Oh, yeah.
to you.
We
but
went back and forth, and I think some good editorials kind of swayed things. And, I think it's real important for us to establish that objective criteria and try to stick to it. And I think
let me try to
people-
characterize what the objective criteria were.
People will be more satisfied with the result that way.
And it deals with some of the things that we're not going to get answers to tonight. It's some of the things Councilor Masic's raising. But one of the criteria that the committee looked at, and again, I'm going to speak as myself on that committee, I was not in favor of the business park zones because I didn't want to see those manufacturing buildings utilized in this way. I think there's an opportunity for buildings like the Globalware building, other buildings like that to be used for manufacturing and to create a higher number of jobs. And that's one of the criteria that I used in trying to separate out the business park zones. The industrial general zone's got a different configuration of buildings. I mean, that's the criteria for me. The types of buildings that are in that industrial general zone are more appropriate to this mix and match of operation that is the dispensary model. So that's 2 cents from me.
Right, and the only thing I'm saying is, and I'm going to give up my position here, is that when we start up the conversation again, let's start with establishing that criteria up front. That's my suggestion.
And again, if the council wants to give it direction as to how you want to do that, what types of hearings, whether you want them to be public, or whether you want that to be back to the planning board, I think that would be useful to us,
Okay.
how you want to do it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Daley O'Brien?
Thank you. Actually, I just want to move the question that we have in front of us from Councilor Hart, that I think that we should look at, one, extending the moratorium till the 28th of January, and two, sending this to subcommittee, because I don't think we can vet this kind of an issue in a whole council. There's a lot of levels, and whether we have 1 or 2 subcommittee meetings, the public is definitely invited. Everybody can come and speak to us. It just gets a lot of the trivial aspects out, so that when we report back to the council, you have a pretty good idea of what direction we're going in. So I'm supporting that we move the question, get this into subcommittee, as well as extend the moratorium.
Second.
Motion made by Counselor Daley O'Brien and seconded by Counselor Ryan. Counselor Hart?
I just want to, do we now have a motion to extend the moratorium to January 28th?
Correct. And
That
I'm
was
also
it.
taking into account, I forgot to say this, the fact that we're gonna have our changeover, the beginning of January, we change over the council, and it's an inauguration, it's a new president, potentially, vice president. Also, the committees could change. There's no saying that the committees we have standing right now are gonna stay in January. So I think that with those things in consideration, that we should look forward, that maybe we're even going to be in January saying we need another month because of the change in committees. I'm very conscious that the way the 9 of us right now are not gonna be the same 9 in January. So
No,
that's my consideration.
Before I call the roll,
Mr. President, if that's the sentiment of the council, I mean, if they really do want, I do think time is important to, as much as we came here this evening with a package and tried to have it happen. If we're going to take time, let's take adequate time, and let's even move it to the I don't have a calendar for February, but February 25th.
that was my point.
February 25th is
We've been
great.
dealing with this since October, and we're at a point now where I think there are more questions than answers.
I would agree.
And I don't know if
Agree. February 28th would be awesome.
28th, 25th, I think it is.
25th? Yeah, 25th.
so. This is going to be
225.
tabled.
No, we're gonna extend the moratorium,
Extend the moratorium to February. Well,
25th.
okay, we have
Mr. President, we got a motion on the table
Yes,
for
for the
January.
28th.
That should be withdrawn.
Yes.
Withdrawn.
And then a new motion.
whoever
New
made
motion,
wanna withdraw your motion?
moratorium extended to,
Withdraw.
I already withdraw.
Okay.
Withdrawn my previous motion. And I would like to make a motion that we extend the moratorium to February 25th. And in the meantime, that this issue go to subcommittee, probably planning and development, where they do zoning. Or we could have a mayor council conference if that's what people want to do, but I think we need to really hash this out.
I agree with you, and I also think that the committee should give us some specifics, because it seems like, and I know it's a difficult issue, but it seems like you people are all over the place as well on some of these things. And I know we have to comply with the law. 1 minute we're at an industrial park, but we can't go to Newark Street. We have an industrial park, but it can't be on one side of this. The connector. So I think we have to have some specifics. I'd like to know why 5 years, not 3, why not 10? And I think these are the things we have to. I think these are the things that have to be worked out before we come and have this have the mayor council conference. So I think it should go to a subcommittee so that we can at least begin the process to establish some of the or to answer some of the questions that everybody seems to have tonight. So we have a motion made by Councilor Daley O'Brien and seconded by Councilor Hart. to extend the moratorium till February 28th?
Yep,
25th?
25th.
25th. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll?
Counselor Hart?
Yes.
Counselor Richardson?
Yes.
Counselor Ryan?
Yes.
Counselor McGonigal?
Yes.
Counselor Masek?
Yes.
Counselor LePage?
Yes.
Counselor Daley O'Brien?
Yes.
Counselor Sullivan?
Yes.
President Scaramaccia?
Yes.
9 yeas.
I also, is there a,
I'd like to move that this item be continued to the 25th of February.
Second.
another quick question on my, from me. That's 2 months into the new terms. Should we send that to a subcommittee from here, or
Well,
tonight?
Yes.
I think it would put, whoever is gonna be serving on planning and development, I think that's the right committee to go to.
Is there a motion to send that to planning and development?
So moved.
Second.
Motion made by Counselor Daley O'Brien and Counselor Masek seconded that. All in favor of sending this to planning and development?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? This will go to planning and development, but the new planning and development subcommittee. And Counselor Masek?
I would like to move to also have this item continued to February 25th, 2014.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion made to continue by Counselor Masek and seconded by Counselor McGonigal. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
To February 25th. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That passes. So hopefully we'll be together way before February 25th so we can really kind of hash this out.
Hash away, hash away, hash away.
Next, Madam Clerk?
Ordinance regarding parking. Delete handicap parking, 41 Hancock Street. This should be placed on file for 10 days.
So move.
Second.
Motion to file 10 days. Next.
Ordinance regarding parking. Add handicap parking, 46 Newcomb Street. This should be placed on file for 10 days.
So move.
Second.
Filed for 10 days. Next, Madam Clerk.
Document 102G, a communication has been received from Councilor Richardson requesting to discuss public safety and related issues in Mount Washington neighborhood. This was continued from November 12, 2013.
Counselor Richardson?
Mr. President, I'd like to call the police chief to the podium. I think he's going to explain how $500,000 is going to be allocated for helping the Mount Washington neighborhood.
Chief?
Good evening. A few weeks ago, we came before council to give you some good news in regard to, or not necessarily before council, but good news came out in regard to a grant that we were able to secure for almost $468,000, which is going to be utilized by the police department for a number of initiatives in some of our more challenging crime areas in the city. And one of the things that the mayor and I committed to do was to come back in front of council to kind of give you an overview of some of our plans or things that we would like to do with this money. First, what I would like to state is that the initial grant is strictly an overtime grant. It is not a grant that we can use to put additional personnel on the department. The grant has to be used within about a 50-week period of time. As you all know, the hiring process with civil service is incredibly cumbersome, and it could take up to 16 months if I started today to hire a police officer. We would actually lose all of that money before we could even spend it. So that is why right now we had elected, when we did this grant last year, to put in for overtime utilization of the funds. So with that in mind, some of the things that we're going to do is we're going to use geomapping to identify our hotspots. And by hotspots, I mean we have particular areas on, say, a street or in a zone where we seem to have a frequency of whether it be crimes, accidents, quality of life type of calls, whether that be drug use, prostitution, excessive noise. And by using the geomapping, we will identify those locations, and we were going to send officers out with the specific intent of being in those areas during these times when these things are occurring, so that we can go ahead and make an attempt at addressing those issues firsthand while they're happening. As you all know, being staffed as we are, being the shortest staffed department on the planet, we do very little proactive. We are pretty much a reactionary force, except for 1 or 2 units that we have that have the ability to go out and do things proactively. We don't have the luxury of having an overabundance of patrol officers on the street that we can pull out of a zone and send them to address a problem. So this overtime is going to help us augment the patrol force, uniform officers who will be out there that can go out and address these needs. We're also going to put together a citizen survey that will probably be linked to our website, so that the public can come back, give us feedback, give us information, and we can kind of gauge the satisfaction from the community. We've had a few meetings up at the old funeral home, and they were well attended, and we do have some interest from the public, and we're going to try to utilize that to get them to get involved in things like a crime watch group, an email chain where we can provide them with current information on crimes that are occurring in the areas. They can kind of be on the lookout, whether it be somebody going around stealing hubcaps or bicycles or daytime burglaries. So I think that would be very beneficial to the community. Some of the things we're going to do, we're going to utilize foot patrols, we're going to utilize bicycles, we're going to do saturated patrols and zero tolerance. By a saturated patrol, we currently do those with the state police, where we'll bring in 15 or 18 cruisers, and we'll go through an area, and they will just stop everybody that's violating the law, whatever that might be. And they will use a zero tolerance approach on that. We'll do pinpoint targeting of locations and individuals, warrant sweeps, prostitution stings. We'll do decoy undercover operations. And we will do one of the mayor's personal favorites, which is a quality of life, noise complaints, and code enforcement. We will again attempt to team up with members of the city's other divisions and address particular hot properties or interests or problems that are developing. One of the suggestions I had made to the mayor was to maybe have Andrew Hurley's crew identify for us a problematic street or area that we can then take to this code team, and we'll go out and attack one street at a time and see if we can address those issues and then build on that. So those are just some of the things we're going to do. One of the things that I tasked the 2 lieutenants that are going to be in charge of this program, I have Detective Lieutenant Robert Pistone and Lieutenant Anthony Hawk. Anthony Hawk is my staff inspections officer, and Bobby does our detective bureau, and they've both been tasked with coordinating this program and also developing the benchmarks or the measurements that we're going to be able to utilize, so that we can determine internally how successful we are and how are we gauging our success. So we're also putting together some internal checkpoints that we can utilize, so that we can figure out what we're doing and how we're doing it and how well we're doing, and what do we need to do in the future to correct or improve upon what we're doing. And basically that's just a brief overview of how we're going to handle this, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Council McGonigal?
Thank you, Mr. President. Chief, all the money has to be used in labor? Will you can't buy
Well,
equipment?
actually, one of the things I didn't mention was I believe it was 2 years ago, through budget cuts, we lost our part-time domestic violence advocate. Haverhill is one of the largest domestic violence reportings in the county. We seem to have a lot that goes on in this community, come across my desk every day, sometimes 10, 15, 20. So we're going to put this advocate back on probably in the next week or two, and she's going to be utilized in the courts as well as in the building, helping these victims of domestic violence and getting them to the services that they need. The other part of your question is, yes, the money has to be used for overtime, or in this case, we can use it for the domestic violence advocate. We got permission to bring on a position we had once before, to bring that back.
And I think at the original meeting, Chief, back in November, you had said that you'd also when you identify these folks who might be doing things wrong, you'll go in and make sure that we understand who's living in these places and, you know, what their situation, if they're on assistance, to
Right,
make sure.
that's one of the things we do now, and we've been doing that, and that's something we'll continue to do, is when we arrest felons, we look at their Section 8 status. If they are Section 8 or not, a lot of times, they're living in a property that's a Section 8 tenant, and they're not on the lease, they're not supposed to be there, it's in a violation. So we look at all of those things, we'll continue to look at that. That's a program we pulled out of the Boston Police Department that was very successful there, especially with addressing gang issues and problems, and we will continue to do that.
Okay, thank you for your
Thank you.
presentation. Thank you, Mr. President.
Councilor Mitchinson, if you'd like to wrap up.
Yes, I would. Thank you very much for giving us an overview of how that money is going to actually be spent. The one recommendation, I guess motion that I'd like to make now is that your deputy was before us several weeks ago and said that, you know, this is a short-term fix, but there's a way to do it right. And what I'd like to see is, from you and the mayor, what it takes to do it right. And let's consider that for the fiscal 15 budget.
Council,
Right.
I would say every year I put in a budget for more police officers. That's what we need to do it right. I can't do it on overtime all the time. These officers go to court. They're required to work details because, believe it or not, although people think details are a lucrative process, they're a necessity, especially when they're working on places like Main Street or they're on 97 where there's high volumes of traffic. So between court time, mandated overtime where people call in sick, and because we're at pretty much a zero give as far as having the ability to let somebody go and not fill for them, we hold people back over. There's only so much time these guys can work. They have to have time with their families. They have to have time to regenerate and refresh themselves. We need to hire more people. The mayor understands that. I will again put in the budget for additional officers, and hopefully at this point, when we're talking in June, we have the ability as a community to do that. I mean, right now, we've just hired, I had 4 graduate the police academy Friday, went to their graduation in Lowell. They're in the training class, they're in FTO training right now, so hopefully by the mid to end of February, they'll be going on the road. I have one that's currently in the police academy, and I have another one that goes in January. And as of today, I'm still 6 in the hole with those 6. And I have I could have 2 to 4 officers leaving in the next 8 weeks. I won't know for sure yet, but it looks like at least 2, maybe 4 are either going to other jobs or retiring. So it looks like we're going to still be 6 to 10 in the hole. But even if the mayor was able to add people, I'm going to have to hire those 6 or 10, and then whatever else on top of that. I have to tell you that the civil service lists are not very impressive. You know, the lists we get have been problematic for us. You know, we get a list that has 50, 60, 70 names on it. A town like Georgetown could do a test and have 300 applicants. So, I mean, we don't get the volumes that other communities get.
So how do we get our arms around this so that we can actually make some traction in the Mount Washington neighborhood and probably the Acre as well?
Oh, we're going to make traction. We're going to do some great things up there. I'm confident
Right,
that
but
my
you got the
officers are going to
500.
do
You
that.
have the 500,000 for the next year,
That's
right?
next year.
But then,
well, what I'm hoping
what do you
is-
need after that?
What I'm hoping is that we're in a continuous hiring process. We're waiting. Civil Service promised us a new list the first week of November. That might mean the first week of December or the first week of January. But as soon as I get that list, we're going to go right back into the hiring process. And if I can get up to full staff, it's more people on the road. These last 4 we hired are all going to midnights. That's my shortest staffed squad that needs the most help. And we're just going to start filling up patrol. Patrol is the backbone of any police department. So we need to fill patrol. We're going to fill patrol. Once patrol is filled, there's a lot of great things that they can do when they're not just tied to a zone, because we only have 5 guys in 5 zones, for example. So I think that's going to go a big way, is being able to fill those positions. And we're hoping we get candidates and we can fill them. I mean, I'll be able to tell better, you know, when we come in to do the budget this year, in front of council, I'll be able to give you a better handle on status-wise, where we are in our hiring process and where we are as compared to our projection on how successful we're going to be to continue this program into next year.
That would be fantastic. Thank you very much, Chief.
Thank you.
Chief, just one quick question before you leave. This $500,000, how long do you expect that to last? Just 1 year?
Well, it's a one-year grant. It's actually going to be about 49 or 50 weeks by the time they actually sign off on it and send it back to us. Although they gave it to us and told us we have it, we had to fill out the grant paperwork. We send the grant paperwork back. EOPS has to sign off on it, and then when we get it back, we can spend the money. Even though we know we have it, I want to start the program 2 weeks ago. I was told, don't do anything until you get back.
No, I think maybe I
50
wasn't
weeks.
so clear. It'll last, that's 50?
It's for the next 50 weeks we have money.
Okay.
It doesn't go by our budget cycle.
No, but I guess what I'm saying is, could that $500,000 last a year and a half in overtime?
No. It's got to be spent in the next 50 weeks. And then what will happen is, we're one of, I think, 8 or 9 communities that are eligible for this grant on a yearly basis. We got this grant last year on a much smaller scale, because the state had cutbacks in funding, so that was the first thing they cut. We're hoping that next year it's funded at the levels it was funded this year, and if we can bring our staffing levels up, I'm going to recommend to the mayor that we use that money to hire police officers instead of paying overtime for them. And that would be a great way to boost the department.
Okay, thank you. Mayor?
I want to stress two things. First of all, that we recognize as an administration, as a city, and I recognize that we have a problem up there on the hill. I used to live there myself. I lived on Observatory Ave, and I know you grew up on the hill, Bob. And this is an area that means a lot to a lot of us, and we recognize there's a problem. We're going to do everything we can to solve it, not just with police resources, but with other resources. I've met with our inspectional services people. I've told them to concentrate on that area up on the hill. We've added some more clerical staff for them, because if you have a complaint, you have to be able to process that. You authorized in the budget an additional inspector, a director inspector, and we've advertised for that position. We do have a grant for our abandoned buildings. That's a joint grant with Methuen. It hasn't gotten off the ground as quickly as I wanted it to, but we're going to start interviewing Thursday for a director in order to be able to handle that. We're going to put CDBG resources there. I like the chief's suggestion, and I told Andrew, work with the police department, identify one problem area, and let's see if we can concentrate on that. We're going to put some DPW resources there. Some of the people ask me, I've been to both meetings, how come you clean streets and sweep streets and pave streets? That's not our problem, and clearly it isn't. But we want to show people that we care about the neighborhood, and we want to attract the best quality of person to move in there. That means boosting property values. So we're going to do whatever we can in a coordinated effort as a city to solve this. I also want to publicly thank Representative Brian Dempsey, because without him we wouldn't have had this grant. We couldn't get grants in the past for a simple reason. We hadn't laid any police officers off. We've never laid off a police officer. And the criteria for the grant was you have to have laid people off. We didn't. So they seemed like a backward thing. In order to get money, you have to lay people off. Same thing with fire department. We couldn't get some of the safer grants and some of the other grants because we haven't laid off any firefighters. But they changed the criteria, made it so that a city of 60,000 or more is now eligible, and that's why we're able to get it. Thanks.
Thank you. Next, Madam Clerk.
Counselor?
Yes.
If I might do that accommodation we talked about?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
Thank you. One of you is leaving, and that makes me very upset. Michael Hart has been a great friend to this police department. He has been a strong advocate for us. He has been somebody we can rely on for guidance. He has been very good with suggestions. He has been a calming force when necessary. And I will tell you that he hasn't left, and I miss him already. So it's with sadness that Michael is leaving. We're going to miss him. As you all know, having worked up here with him for the last decade, great guy, does a great job. And has truly had Haverhill in his heart the entire time he's been doing the jobs he's done. And I know Michael from when I first got hired, and he was the city solicitor at the time. And in that capacity, also phenomenal work. So, with that in mind, Michael, we have two things. I'd like to give you one of our little ceremonial banners, and the police department had a plaque done for you, and I'd like to read it and use my glasses because I'm getting older, Mike. And it's got your dates on council, and it says, Chief Alan R. Denaro and the members of the Haverhill Police Department wish to thank you for your leadership and guidance during your tenure on the Haverhill City Council. Your commitment to the citizens of Haverhill is a true testament to your career in public service. Thank you for your hard work and outstanding contributions. Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. Next.
Document 102K, a communication has been received from Councilor Sullivan requesting a discussion regarding the declining conditions of the fire department's 8 fire pumpers.
Councilor Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. President. A few weeks back, we all received an email from the firefighters union in which they apprised us of the declining conditions of 8 fire pumpers. It seemed serious enough to me that I would like to have a discussion tonight and perhaps hear from the police chief as to what is the status of our fire trucks and what are we doing to replace those fire trucks. This is not a new problem to the city of Haverhill. In 2011, Matrix Consulting did a report, and in that report they did indicate that we needed to come up with a long-term plan for fire truck replacement. They had suggested a 5-year term. I don't know that it has to be a 5-year term. Perhaps it's more practical that it would be a 10-year program, but we need to have something in place, and we need to start replacing fire pumpers as quickly as possible because they do appear to be in need. Some of them have as many as 140,000 miles on them, and some of them go back to the 1980s. So I thank the chief for coming here tonight. He did say he would address us on this issue, and I appreciate you staying this long to do this.
Thank you. What we're going to do is I talked to the council president. We're requesting to table this. I spoke to Greg Roberts. I advised him what we're going to do. And what we're doing right now is we're in the process of having one of our pumpers evaluated to determine its fitness for duty. We will then be coming back in front of council in a few weeks with that report and information and some suggestions. The mayor, I'm sure, is going to have some suggestions on what he would like to do and how he wants to handle things. So we're respectfully requesting that you table it for now. And something you might want to consider, and I just talked to Council President, and I'm sorry, not Council, Union President Roberts about this, is possibly moving this to one of your committee venues and not tying up the entire council on it unless that's council's pleasure.
Public safety? Public safety, I would imagine, if I'm not speaking out of terms, I think that would be the place for it to go.
Would that be okay with you, Councilor?
I'm wondering why I wasn't apprised that we were not going to be discussing this tonight. No one told me that it was being
I'm
tabled.
sorry, I was under the impression that you were. My apologies. I just thought
No one informed me of anything. I thought we were going to have an informed discussion tonight on the status of 8 fire pumpers and what we would be able to do to address this. But we want to do this now. We want to do this in a subcommittee setting. Is that what we're doing?
That's up to you.
Well, we're not prepared to discuss it tonight, apparently.
Well, we're trying to get an evaluation. The mayor asked for an evaluation to be done by an outside entity.
And they can bring the report here if you'd like. That's not
So
a problem.
you're going to get the report, but it's being evaluated, we believe, this Friday, and it will probably be about 10 days before we have a report. So when we have the report, we will also have a recommendation. I've also read the Matrix report and some of their suggestions, and I've also discussed it with the mayor, and we will be coming forward with some suggestions on things that the mayor and council can do in the future to look at purchases like this, which are $400,000 and up.
Right. In the future, I'd like to be apprised of what we are doing so that I don't be taken by surprise at a council session when I'm thinking we're going to discuss a matter and we're actually going to table a matter. It's a courtesy to at least be told or informed of.
My apologies, Counselor. I thought you were going to be notified.
Well, I wasn't. But I'm fine with whatever it is we choose to do, so long as we keep pushing this issue forward. I would like to see this matter addressed. These trucks are in need. There's no doubt in my mind. I don't think they're making it up.
I think there's an awful lot to this. Is the age and the condition of the trucks is one thing. Mileage on the trucks is certainly something to look at, but we need to know much more than that. We need to know what is the manufacturer's recommended time for replacement. How long are they supposed to last? Trucks are not cars. Fire trucks are called fire trucks for a reason. Trucks routinely last a long time. So we need to see that. We need to see what is the standard in other cities. What's the standard on how trucks should be replaced? We need to set a standard policy. That's what we need to do, that we replace them every 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, whatever the time period is, and we need to try to do that. We need to see what are the records on the truck. How much does it cost to maintain it? Every truck is operable right now. How much does it cost to maintain it? At what point do you reach that delta where you're better off borrowing? These are very expensive items and not something you can just do off the top of your head. We need to have a policy. I'm not sure what the policy should be, but I'm sure what it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be that if someone comes in and bangs their fist on the table, that we all jump and we say we're going to spend $500,000 of the taxpayer money. It's got to be a better policy than that. And frankly, and I talked to the chief about this today, we need to set a policy about how these trucks are used. You know, I set an order a couple of years ago that the $1 million ladder truck that we used was to be used on fires. That's what it should be used for, and not worn out, going to the store in order to buy things that are needed for the fire station. And maybe we need a policy like that with a pumper truck. We need to look at other types of trucks, not just pumper trucks. So it's a comprehensive thing, and we're going to give it the effort that it needs. We're going to give it the
Would
time
you agree,
and
Mr.
effort.
Mayor, we've had since 2011 to do this? As a result of the Matrix report, we at least knew that we should be developing a long-term capital plan for a fire truck replacement. That was 2 years ago.
I agree that it's something we should always be looking at, not just from 2011, but from long before that. And we have replaced trucks. We've put millions of dollars into the fire department, and it's a continual need. That's what we need to do. It's got more capital than anything else except schools, and should. They have a big capital need. But we need to look not just at spending more money, but can we spend it in a smarter way?
So the next step would be to refer this to Public Safety Subcommittee and have the chief and the mayor report to the subcommittee. And
That's up to you, Counsel. You had it
well,
on
there's
the
nothing
agenda.
else that can be done here tonight. No one's
Not
prepared
tonight.
to
You can
do.
have it come back here. When do you think you'll be ready, Chief?
3 weeks.
We'll table this till for 3
Yeah, I'd like to
weeks?
see it postponed and tabled, but come back before the full council. I don't think this needs to go to subcommittee. I think this needs to be addressed and vetted by the full council.
However you want to do it is fine with me, but I would like to spend several hours with you, and that's a subcommittee matter. I don't think you'd want to spend several, and then it ought to come back to committee, to the full council. That would be my recommendation. But whatever you want, I'll be there.
Councilor McGonigal?
Thank you, Mr. President. Chief and Mr. Mayor, I would like, we're evaluating just one truck, one pumper?
Yes, right now we're doing one. The mayor asked us to evaluate one, so we're going to do,
Chief,
we're going to do one.
When you come before us for the next budget, I know there's a lot of things you're going to have on both sides, but that would be the whole recommendation. And I agree with you, Mayor. Efficiency, the mileage doesn't necessarily matter as long as the apparatus is working like a new one. And there's got to be somebody who will certify these and tell us, I mean.
That's what we're doing. We hired a company. They're coming in this week to look at the truck. All of the pumpers, the actual pumping parts, are certified every year. Okay. And those are done on all of them, and they're all operational.
Okay.
Now they're going to come in and look at the rest of the truck, because a pumper's great if it's squirting water, but if it can't get to where it needs to squirt the water, then it's not really any good to you.
Gotcha. And I would like to see that extended, Chief, over, the 3, 4, 5 trucks that are in question. I don't know how expensive it is, Mr. Mayor, but it might be.
I don't know, but I will get the mayor a price, and obviously it's not in our budget, so that's something the mayor would have to authorize, and if that's his pleasure, then we will absolutely do that.
Okay, because I would think that would be part of, we go back to Councilor Mitchison's, capital budget, and for your department, I would hope we'd be able to at least list all these things
Right.
and point out where we are deficient.
Okay.
So, thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
So this will be tabled till December 12th? Or December 10th? 3 weeks?
Yeah.
You okay with that, Counselor?
Fine.
Next, Madam Clerk.
Document 102L, a communication has been received from Councilor Richardson requesting to introduce Michael Dello O'Connell to speak regarding excessive noise on Washington Street, particularly due to motorcycles with intentionally loud aftermarket exhaust systems.
Councilor Mitchison?
Yes, actually, Michael, would you like to come to the microphone and state your name and address?
Hi, everybody. Thank you for hearing me. My name is Michael Deluiacono, and I live on Washington Street. I'll try to make this as brief as possible. I realize that this might seem like a little bit of a petty issue in the face of some of the other agenda items that have been discussed tonight, but I just wanted to bring up to the council that there is an extremely bad noise problem on Washington Street, particularly from these motorcycles, but there are also people, you know, obviously that hang out and go to the bars and restaurants there. The problem is particular to this street because of the way the buildings are, you know, kind of creating a sort of sound corridor on the street. And I know that we have, obviously the chief said that his police force is stretched a little bit thin, can't really, you know, be everywhere at once, but I figured I would bring it to the council because it's been about 10 years now that I've been kind of calling the police every time it happens. I've spoken to the mayor about it, and it just doesn't seem to ever change. And I'm really worried about, you know, my quality of life down there and my the value of my property. And so I just would like to bring it to the council to see if you can maybe think of any sort of solution beyond, you know, extra police force down there or anything. I mean, I would love it if somehow motorcycles weren't allowed down that street or something, but I don't know how possible that is. I'm just speaking as like a, you know, resident that's sort of fed up. So,
Mr. President, the chief was kind enough to stay for this item. Chief, do you think maybe you could let him know what we could do to try to help?
I don't know if you're allowed to regulate motorcycles off of a main street, but
I mean the general problem.
here's one of the problems we have, and this is a complaint that we hear from a number of areas in the city, even up on Broadway we get it. And the problem that we have is that we have to witness it, we have to hear it for us to be able to write it. And a lot of times we have to use a noise meter on it, or else the courts aren't going to accept it. Before noise meters, you could just say I was 2 telephone poles away and I can hear it, it was excessively loud, and they would accept that. Nowadays, they're not accepting that. So for us to be able to do this, we pretty much have to be standing there with a noise meter and we have to hear it. Now, if they've modified their motorcycle and they've put a straight pipe on it, taken the mufflers off, that's an entirely different story. We can go ahead, we can write those tickets, and we can aggressively deal with that. You know, obviously one of the issues we have is that allocation of resources. I mean, how many hours should I put an officer standing at a location for an attempt to get a motorcycle? Now, if he sees the marked unit, chances are they're going to slow down, they're not going to rev it. You know, that's my biggest concern, or my biggest problem is, yes, it's a problem. It's a problem probably in every community in the country. How do we adequately address it? I mean, I can, you know, put people down there. We do have noise meters. We've been using the noise meters because we have gotten complaints at the bars. But when we run the decibel meters, they're not loud enough that it's a violation. So, you know, we can't even enforce that. And you know what? When you work in Boston and you got to take the 5 or 6 a.m. train, and the bars let out at 1 o'clock in the morning, and people stand outside and they talk and they smoke a cigarette and they laugh and they order a pizza and everybody's noisy, yeah, it does disturb you. It absolutely does. But unfortunately, if it's not to a level that's disorderly or in violation of the decibel readings, then we can't enforce it. I mean, we try to move people along as quickly as we can. Usually at closing, we have almost every officer in the city go downtown just to facilitate everybody getting out as quickly as possible. And we're going to continue to do that. Wednesday night, a week from Wednesday, I will probably have 6 or 7 additional officers on, as well as I go out every Wednesday before, because we have all the college kids back in town and all the bars are packed to the doors and all the problems that proceed when they're all leaving. So we will have a full armada out there on that Wednesday, But it's still going to be noisy. I can pretty much guarantee it because, you know, when you have 5 or 6 bars let out all within 10 minutes of each other in a relatively small area like that, you have problems. And then you'll see people are driving down the street and they'll see a friend and they'll honk the horn and they'll stop in the middle of the road and they'll start screaming at each other. Somebody else will honk because you stopped in the middle of the road. I mean, there's all kinds of things that happen when you have that many people in a relatively tight area, a 2-lane road, you know, and cars parked on both sides of it. So it's challenging. But, you know, we're going to continue to address it. We'll do the best we can. And what I'll do is I'll talk to the patrol captain and we'll talk to the midnight officers and see if we can kind of make a special attempt at addressing the motorcycle problem. You know, maybe we can assign an officer to that for a few hours a night to go down there and see if we can identify the you know, is there a problem location or is it just people going up and down the street? And maybe we can, you know, and I agree, one of the things you can do is if we're fortunate enough to make some of these stops and write some tickets, maybe we become known as if you're riding your motorcycle illegally, we're not going to be motorcycle friendly to you, and maybe you'll go to maybe they'll ride it in Plastow. I don't know. So maybe we can do that and see if we can help him out, because I agree he does have an issue, and it's just very difficult for us to master it, and we'll give it a try.
So it seems like you are going to make an attempt to help.
It seems like we're going to try to help our customers, and he is one of our customers, so we're going to do our best to help him.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Council Daley O'Brien.
Yes, thank you.
Just 1 second.
Chief,
Ms. Field.
do you remember when you got the sound meters? How many years ago was that?
I don't know, probably 4 or 5 years.
I think it was actually longer.
It could be. I mean, we've gotten also
I
newer
want to say
ones.
a good 7 or 8 years ago.
It could be.
And at that time, it was when we had brought this up previously. And it was because we had a bar that was pretty dedicated to motorcyclists downtown on Washington Street.
Could
there
be.
was a culture.
Right.
And at that time, I brought it forth. We ended up with the sound meters. But also at that time, my house got buzzed that summer on several occasions by multiple motorcycles to the point where it scared my kids, because I brought it up here, not once, but 3 times at City Council.
Really?
Yeah. So it's a culture that it feels very free, and that they have the right, and that it keeps them from getting in car accidents. They don't get hit by cars because they're loud, and they're very cocky about it. And I live right over here in the Highlands, and I'm telling you, it was pretty scary to have 10 or 12 bikes go by your house. And it was not pleasant. Now, I'm not saying we shouldn't do something about it. I think
Oh, no, we'll do something
the
about it.
culture has changed, and there are less bikes downtown. But when they're down there, they are very noisy.
Right.
So
And you
let's
got to
hope
also
that
remember, Counselor, and one of the other issues is that because the road is so tight,
Oh, yeah.
and you've got the buildings on both sides, it's just an echo
It's a
chamber.
tunnel. It's a
So
it's a
even if
canyon.
they're not noisy, they're noisy.
It's a canyon. And
So-
they, you know, I think if you get a couple of the groups, that's where it's gonna really make a difference.
Right.
I'm not discouraging you. I'm hoping, when I saw this tonight, I said, I hope it really goes forward this time, because it is a problem. But I also think we don't have that bar there. It's moved on. So I think it's better than it was.
I just want to add one last thing. Is, you know, I appreciate everything that everybody's trying to do, but I just want to echo what he said. I mean, even when things are normal level, they're amplified in that area. And I mean, I'm not a politician. I'm not a police officer. I don't know what the solution is, but I can tell you that in my 10 years of living down there, the change in the culture has been minuscule at best. I mean, there are obviously bars that aren't there anymore that were the culprits most of the time, but it's a culture thing, and it's a motorcycle culture down there, and I have never really seen anybody get pulled over and stopped for it. Maybe you can't cite people for it because it doesn't, you know, hit that decibel meter that you need to in order to give a citation, but I'm just saying that this is sort of like my last recourse, you know, and the last recourse for anybody that lives down there. I mean, we can call the cops all the time, but I'm urging everybody in the council to try to think of something other than, you know, giving people tickets, because it's just not feasible. It's not going to happen. Like you said, you have to catch them doing it. They're in and out of there in 5 minutes, and then the cops come down, and then they're not there, and the cops don't see anything, and they leave, and then they come right back, you know. So, I mean, I guess that's all I have to say. I urge you to think about maybe some other alternative solutions. I would love it if motorcycles weren't allowed down that street. I don't know if that's possible, but you know, I feel like I had to come and say that. So thanks.
Thank you once again. Thank you, Chief. Next, Madam Clerk.
Document 102M, a communication has been received from Councilor Richardson requesting to introduce 2014 study issues priority lists in advance of fiscal year 2015 budget.
Councilor Richardson.
Well, in the spirit of George Deakian 15 years ago and Bill Masick now, I'd like to say, place that on file. Next item.
Well said, Counselor.
Next item, Madam Clerk.
Document 102N, communication has been received from Councilor Richardson requesting to introduce Tyler Kimball to address council on providing cell phones to police officers to interact with kids.
Councilor Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't think an introduction is even necessary here.
Tyler Kimball, East Broadway in Haverhill. Just bringing this to the front of the council. It's a concern of mine. I think we can make an improvement to the conditions that we interact with our kids. The kids that are in this school system are the foundation for this great city. They're going to be our future police chiefs, firemen, counselors, everything from farmers to doctors. And I want those kids to feel comfortable with police, and I want the police to know the kids. Now, I understand we have policemen in the schools. We have one officer at the high school and one that floats around the middle school. But my idea is this. You've got 2,400 middle school students and 1,800 high schools at our high school. The VOTEC is another issue. I'd like to address the Haverhill schools first. Is every kid should know a police officer by his first name. And I don't think that's asking too much. With that, the kids are going to feel more comfortable with the police. If the kids can have a cell phone number or interact with a computer so that they can text a police officer if they see something they're not comfortable with, it's the reverse of a seatbelt. We taught the kids to buckle up, and when the kids get in the car, they tell the parents to buckle up. Well, we can do the same thing with crime prevention with the kids. We get the kids comfortable with the police, and they interact with the police. They're riding around or they're home and they see something. Kids notice everything. Why? Because they haven't learned everything yet. They're curious. And when they see something, if they know Officer Johnny, they can tell their mother, why don't you just text Officer Johnny about that person doesn't look normal? Right there, we have got it under control where we have 4,200 kids just watching over our city. And if the very least that'll happen is they are now going to feel comfortable with the police. And that's something that we don't take advantage of. And we are wasting the resources of these kids. They can absolutely make a difference in this city. And we've got that nice, wonderful grant with the overtime. We can get this done. At least the police officers have one at every school when they're getting out. Maybe the high school, 2 or 3. And I think it's crime prevention at the early stages. If we can just set this in motion, everything should go smoother in this city. You know, it's a little bit different than the Bill Bratton theory. And it's the broken window theory. If everything looks good, then people take care of the area a little bit better. Well, we have to take care of our kids. They're the foundation for this great country. And I can't think of a home in this city that puts 30 kids in it with one parent. But we do that to our schools. We need to work together as a community and work with those kids, from the businesses to show them what the shop is that makes clothing in the city, and then right next door is the one that makes aerospace. Well, what's the difference? The difference is the foundation and what they've learned in their schools as to what job they're capable of doing. I want every kid to be being able to work on aerospace, to go to Harvard, We can do this. We can absolutely do this. This is an easy fix. It's at our fingertips. We all just have to start caring about our community and the kids. That's basically it. Thank you.
Counselor Masick?
Yeah, I just wanted to comment. I had heard Tyler state this before, and I actually told him one-on-one that I think it's a good idea, but I think the guy over there, who fortunately has stayed till the end of the meeting, Chief DeNaro, is the one that really needs to be the one that knows how to do this. And maybe we can't start it citywide, but maybe it should be a test. Maybe the Constantino Silver Hill area is where to try to start something, getting the kids. I think it does have some merit, but I think it needs to be brought to the right people to get it going. Maybe there's something similar that's already being done in other cities in the country, and I'm sure that Chief DeNaro would know how to resource that should he choose to do so. But I also know that he's really short-handed, and his people may not have the time to do an implementation or a full implementation of this, but maybe even just a little test, like they're testing one fire truck instead of 8. I'd like to see them do 8, but they're going to do 1. But I think that somehow we have to create the conduit to get you. We can't do this for you. I think it's a great idea. It's almost 11 o'clock. The press is gone. Hardly anybody's going to hear about this because press is gone. And I don't know how many people are even still watching on cable. So I don't want this to die on the vine. I don't know if the chief wants to make an off-the-cuff comment as to how we send it to traffic and safety, send it, or just maybe you just have a meeting, if there's any merit, or give it some thought and let us know.
There's a few concerns, and being a union person, I'm sure Mr. Kimball is aware of this, and you have a union officer sitting to my right. You can't just give out phone numbers, which means you have to supply phones. It's a change in working conditions. Are they going to answer these phones after hours? Are they answering them on weekends, on holidays? What are these officers going to be doing when they're talking to them? I passionately disagree on a number of fronts. We graduate over 900 kids a year in the 3rd grade from the junior police program, where I have officers in the schools teaching every 3rd grader and setting up connections and liaisons with them. And I will tell you, I've personally been at these graduations where parents have come up to Ozzie Hardy and Dave Hall and Jack Moses and said, I had you in school. You were my junior police instructor. So there are a number of people out there that do develop these contacts with our officers. We encourage kids all the time. Beside my school resource officers that we have, I have juvenile detectives that are in the schools. I have community police officers that are in the schools. We're involved, as you heard earlier in the night, which sounded like 100 hours ago, the Violence Coalition. We're intimately involved with them. We're out on a number of fronts doing these things. Could we be better? Of course we can. We can always be better. We don't want to accept status quo. And we're always looking at new ideas and new things that we can do to make things better. I'm not familiar with any programs that involve handing officers phones and putting those numbers out, because obviously when you put all those numbers out, there's problems with that also. I don't want officers getting called at 2 o'clock in the morning and on weekends and holidays, and there's certain responsibilities that go with that. There's negotiations with the unions when you change things like that have to be done. So there's a lot of consideration here. It sounds like a wonderful idea, and it may very well be, but there's a lot of work that has to be done, and I don't know that that's our correct path to take right now, but it might be something to consider in the future.
But and I wasn't aware you were still continuing with that 3rd grade program.
Absolutely.
So you do have a contact with the kids at a certain level of 3rd grade.
I mean, we're with them in the 3rd grade. We were also, as a matter of fact, one of the things that I forgot to mention was that we also teach the GREAT program. We used to do DARE, which was for the younger kids. We do the GREAT program, which is Gang Resistance Education and Training, and that's done in the middle schools. So what we do in the 3rd grade, we jump on top of that and really bring it to the next level when we get them in 7th grade. What you might want to know, or you may know or not know, is that every year in the 11 years I've been here, we run our own camp for kids. the police department runs a camp, which is all full of pretty much your inner core target area children that we take 5 days a week, barbecues, swimming, mentoring. We take them to Fenway Park. We do all kinds of wonderful things with these kids. We have them at the school, and again, it's core building, team building with these kids, and that's some of the things we do. A phone is we do have My PD, which is out there. We'll make sure we have it in the schools. I'm pretty sure we do, where the kids can now text a number, and it goes to whatever it needs to go to. If you have a drug problem, it goes here. If you're getting bullied in school, it goes here. And it goes to the captains, it goes to myself, and then we make sure it goes to where it needs to go. So we do have those avenues set up. All kids today are very tech savvy. Our internet site has got email addresses. I mean, you can always you click on it, it goes right to everybody. So anybody that wants to contact us, we're not hard to get a hold of.
Great, thank you for that answer.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Can I just speak again on that?
Sure.
I know they do a lot of wonderful things, and I'm not downing that. And if the cell phone doesn't work, it doesn't work. But the interaction, the eye-to-eye contact with a police officer so they feel comfortable with them. It just, third grade is great, and the other programs they have are wonderful. I just think we need to really push that just a little bit stronger. And if we can correct those kids and clean up our streets, it's all right there in front of us. And we just have to take advantage of this. And it's just, a regular patrol officer that's doing the day shift, just swings in and walks through the school. 10, 15 minutes walking through the school. It's the comfort level. I mean, you go back and you think about what these kids are thinking about. They're thinking, and I'm not saying it would ever stop the Sandy Hooks or the other terrible things that have happened, but all those things are in those kids' minds. And what have we really done since then? We've really done nothing. And we leave those kids in that school to build their foundation, which is what they're learning. But they're not comfortable there. They're thinking about all these other things, and what have we really done for them? We can make, I'm not asking to throw money at things. I'm asking for the community to work together to come up with these solutions. And we're forgetting the cog. These kids are the cog that are gonna grow. And 4,200 kids out there feeling comfortable with police. That's the start. There isn't a kid born today that's a drug addict unless his mother was a drug addict. There isn't a kid born today that's a rapist, a criminal, or anything else. We've dropped the ball somewhere, and that's all our responsibility. I brought this to the mayor right after the election. I didn't get any response, so that's why I brought it to you. I went the chain of command, and that's why I brought it up. And I've got some other things that I'll be bringing in front of you where I found the money. I know where there's a lot of money. $264,000 is just sitting there. You guys are arguing over $200,000. The man that just left the room is the only one that controls that $264,000. It's drug money. We paid for the officers that got that money.
I think this is out of order.
Yeah,
Okay, thank you.
thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Next, Madam Clerk.
Proclamation honoring the life and legacy of President John F. Kennedy, Friday, November 22nd, 2013.
I'll read it. I think, I really don't think, though, that we should let Mike Hart read it.
Be glad to.
In respect.
Whereas John F. Kennedy was the 35th President of the United States, and whereas John F. Kennedy honorably served his country during World War II in the United States Navy in the Pacific Theater, commanded a patrol torpedo boat, saw significant combat, and earned a Purple Heart and the Navy and Marine Corps Medal for his heroism. And whereas John F. Kennedy was elected to the United States House of Representatives, representing Massachusetts in 1946, served in the Congress for 3 terms before being elected to the United States Senate in 1952, and served for 8 years, becoming a leading voice on international affairs. And whereas John F. Kennedy was elected President of the United States in 1960, becoming the youngest president at the age of 43, and in 1961 delivered a stirring inaugural address that announced that a new generation of Americans had taken the torch of leadership and was willing to pay any price and bear any burden to ensure the survival and the success of liberty. And whereas President John F. Kennedy's administration was defined by the New Frontier, which appealed to the best in American idealism in creating the Peace Corps, launching the United States space program, and calling for Americans to consider what they could do for their country. And whereas President John F. Kennedy was an exponent of racial justice, calling on all Americans to denounce racism as morally wrong, and proposed legislation that eventually became the 1964 Civil Rights Act that changed the United States. And whereas President John F. Kennedy inspired young and old alike to see anew the promise of American life, promoting a message of empowering by telling Americans to ask not what your country can do for you, but ask what you can do for your country. And whereas during his tenure, President John F. Kennedy guided the United States with a steady hand, and whereas President John F. Kennedy's life ended too soon on November 22nd, 1963, at the prime of his life, and whereas the city of Haverhill, the United States, and the world have mourned President Kennedy's death for 50 years. Now therefore I, James J. Ferrantini, Mayor of the City of Haverhill, do hereby proclaim Friday, November 22nd, 2013, to be a day of solemn remembrance and reflection on the life of President John Fitzgerald Kennedy, and that all residents of the city observe a moment of silence at 12:30 p.m. Signed, Mayor James J. Ferrantini, and I move that we adopt this proclamation.
Second.
Motion to adopt by Councilor Hart and seconded by Councilor Daley O'Brien. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Proclamation, Lebanese Independence Day, Friday, November 22nd, 2013.
Mr. President, I have the following proclamation. Whereas the proud people of Lebanon have a history and culture which dates back thousands of years, and whereas the people of Lebanon have always strived for freedom and independence, and whereas on November 22nd, 1943, people of Lebanon declared their independence, and whereas November 22nd is celebrated throughout the world as Lebanese Independence Day, and whereas there are many Lebanese Americans in the city of Haverhill and throughout the region, and whereas the people of Haverhill join with Lebanese Americans in their celebration of November 22nd as Lebanese Independence Day. Now therefore I, James J. Ferrantini, Mayor of the City of Haverhill, hereby declare November 22nd, 2013 as Lebanese Independence Day. I encourage all Haverhill residents to join with me to celebrate this important day. Signed, Mayor James J. Ferrantini, and I move to adopt this proclamation.
Second.
Motion to adopt the proclamation by Councilor Mitchison and seconded by Councilor Hart. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Mr. President, if you
Yes.
don't mind, could I just say something?
Certainly.
This weekend, a local business was recognized by the Boston Globe as being one of the top places to work in the state of Massachusetts. The only business that was announced as one of the best places. As they say, the winners put their employees first with appreciation, attention, as well as they say rock climbing, ping pong, apple pies, and anything else that keeps your staff happy. And that business is the Pentucket Bank. And I just want to recognize that because that says something about this community that we have been recognized by the Boston Globe and throughout New England as having one of the best places to work. And I want to recognize that. Thank you. for your
Thank you.
No meeting next week.
At 11:10.
Couple of comments before I entertain a motion to adjourn. There is no meeting next week because of the Thanksgiving holiday. And the City Council Planning and Development Subcommittee will be meeting November 25th at 7 o'clock in the council office, and we'll be discussing the waterfront zoning district. So anybody that's interested is more than welcome to attend, and we wish everybody a happy Thanksgiving.
Over adjourn?
Second.
Motion to adjourn by Councilor Ryan and seconded by Councilor Daley O'Brien. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? You're adjourned.
Before you guys leave,